implement a solution doing something great for the climate, you could give them a climate love. And you can send this to a public figure or a corporation or a government and tell them what they do so that they will be encouraged to do more. And together with the community or users, we share this to millions of people on social media. So this is getting noticed. And we're also encouraging the ones that are receiving this climate love to answer and engage in a climate dialogue. Yes, they do. We actually had everything from presidents to large corporations and business leaders to engage in climate dialogues on our platform. But unfortunately, not everything is about something that is great. So that's why we have this climate warning. If you see a company, a leader that are polluting the atmosphere, destroying the world, you could give them a climate warning and ask them to stop. They will probably not care if it's only you, but here's the thing. People on our platform get together and the power of many is incredible force. And this actually works. And I'm going to show you this very quickly. Here is our app. And what you see here is two very good examples of the system I explained. It's so many posts right now, so I need to find it. Here it is. 1 year ago, there was a student at Harvard University that gave his university a climate warning because they are teaching about climate science, but the university itself are investing in oil, in the fossil fuel industry. And that is not really, that not add up. So it's a lot of students at Harvard that wanted this to change. And one of them created this climate warning on our platform. And a lot of people agrees on this. And here's the thing. Today, 1 month ago, Harvard University actually listened and they changed. So now they instead have received a climate love because they're now not investing in oil, and this is spreading to many, many other universities, etc. So what you do on our platform doesn't stay on a platform. We're not a social media about talk. We are a climate action platform. You can change the world, and the only thing you need to do is open your mobile phone, spend some minutes every day, and we will speed up change together.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ingmar.
In just over a month, nations will meet for the delayed United Nations Climate Conference, COP26. The eyes of the world will be on Glasgow, Scotland, hoping that countries, but also cities, companies, and investors respond to the global climate emergency. There is great progress across the world in areas like renewable energy, but the truth is we need a big step up in ambition across far more sectors of our society if we're going to get on track to the safety limits that are meant to be met in 2050. In this opening session, we look at how embracing a circular economy with its focus on not just emission cuts, but getting smarter about how we use materials to end waste in all its forms. How this can contribute to fast-tracking climate and environmental goals. We also hear from one of the two climate champions on his prospects for COP26, the role of the private sector, and the power of a circular economy to move us faster down the road, And we will listen to an amazing person who is trying to bring integrity and confidence to a key part of the last unfinished area of the Paris Climate Agreement, voluntary carbon markets. But we will start by listening to a person who knows more about the circular economy than most of us in the world. Thank you very much indeed.
This is Mark de Witt, Director of Strategic Alliances at Circular Economy, an impact organization that guides businesses, cities, and nations towards adoption of a circular system. Mark is a recognized thought leader on implementation of the circular economy. In 2018, he initiated the Circularity Gap Report, an annual yardstick for the circular state of the global economy. He brings nearly 15 years of strategy and implementation experience in advising companies and governments in developing circular strategies and implementing circular solutions.
Welcome, Mark de Witt. Great to have you on the show.
Thanks a lot for having me. I want to talk today about the hidden currents of our lives, the massive flows of raw materials and products used by 7.7 billion humans on this planet to such a beautiful, but at the same time damaging effect. Because today, every one of us uses 34 kilograms of stuff. That's the phone you use to call your friends, the breakfast you just had, the clothes you're wearing, the car that drove you to work, and even the bricks in your house. And of that 34 kilograms, 31 is wasted. And most of that waste is scattered irretrievably. Plastic trash drifts into our rivers, in our oceans. So do the nitrates and phosphates leaching from our fertilized fields. A third of all food rots, even as we deforest the Amazon to get more. Think of any environmental problem, and chances are it's connected to waste. So ultimately, over 90% of all that hard-won stuff we use slips through our fingers and ends up as waste. Or on the flip side of that, only 10%, 9% to be exact, actually makes it back into our economy. So you could say that today our global economy is 9% circular, leaving a massive circularity gap. And a further worry lies in the climbing rates of our consumption. So in 2019, it was 100 billion tons. But if we continue the way we do, we'll end up at using 175 billion tons in 2050. And it's important to understand that essentially we only use 4 types of materials: minerals, ores, fossil fuels, and biomass. And these become all the products and services that meet our basic human needs. Sand goes into concrete apartment towers on 6 continents. Metal ore becomes the ships, the cars, or the combine harvesters to harvest the crops that feed us all. Fossil fuel power our vehicles, keep us warm, become plastic, become all kinds of things. And again, all of this adds up to 100 billion tons of stuff today. But how does this connect to the climate change? We now live in a world that is more than 1.1 degree warmer compared to pre-industrial levels. And this is because we have burned fossil fuels and scattered to waste carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. And we've seen this year how our planet deals with already a 1.1 degree warming. Devastating storms and heat waves in North America, floods throughout Europe and China, wildfires from Greece to California and Australia. And most recently, food shortages in Madagascar due to record droughts. The list goes on. Our material use has played a major part in this climate breakdown. Our GAP report revealed that nearly 70% of all greenhouse gases emitted are related in one way or the other to materials, from extraction to processing and use. This proves how vital it is to look beyond the narrow focus of the current climate pledges to make a real impact. And against that backdrop of a 1.1 degree warmer world, catastrophic weather events, and increased material consumption, it is clear that the speed and the scale of our current commitments fall woefully short. Time is really running out. And even if all countries that pledged climate action as part of the Paris Agreement fulfill their emission-cutting promises, the rise in temperature is still forecast to hit 3.2 degrees this century. If we do not even manage to reach what we have currently pledged, a warming between 4 and 6 degrees can still be the outlook. We're already past the point of minor amends. Course correction will require a major and transformational gear change in systemic thinking. This big shift is the circular economy. And to explain the circular economy, I need to take you back 4.5 billion years ago to the beginning and the forming of this planet. The planet since that time has functioned in a naturally circular way, even as our first ancestors appeared 200,000 years ago and modern civilization 600 years ago. Humans largely lived within the means of this planet. It was only 200 years ago, with the rise of the industrial age, with the invention of the steam engine, if you want to pinpoint a time, that we have left circularity behind. Since then, we have developed and refined a model of take, make, waste, a linear economic model. And in short, what has got us where we are today in every sense is that linear economy. Over decades, even centuries, since that boom of the Industrial Revolution, it has delivered tremendous living standards, wealth, and comfortable lives to some people in some parts of the world at certain times. But it has also caused massive damage to the planet and the people living on it. And as a result, in a resource-constrained world with high-impact megatrends of rapid population growth and widespread urbanization, the linear model is flawed and no longer fit for purpose. And it is therefore that society finds itself standing at an historic, economic, and cultural tipping point. Do we continue to tweak and tamper with our broken linear model, or do we pivot to a circular economy? But how do we do that? In the end, we need materials to fuel our lifestyles, which produce emissions. In a circular economy, it boils down to adopting 4 key principles: using less resources, using resources longer, using resources again, and using clean resources. In using less, the overall level of materials flowing into an economy and the emissions they bring will be lower. For example, when houses are built using different materials or different techniques, 3D printed houses using more efficient fabrication techniques have tremendous potential to reduce scrap and transport of materials. In using resources longer, the entire lifetime of a resource or product from first use to end of use is extended. For example, a phone, when it is designed for repairability, the functional lifetime can be extended well beyond what has become the norm today. In using resources again, the embodied emissions in these materials can be removed. And the largest volume of waste currently comes from the demolition of buildings, and only 1/3 is reused. When these materials get diverted from landfill and instead reused in building of new houses again, this can have enormous effects. And making resources clean should focus on alternatives to fossil fuels, for example, bio-based alternatives, and in general, the design out of toxins. Combining all these strategies, our Circularity Gap report found that a global circular economy could cut greenhouse gas emissions by nearly 40% and limit the global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees. To get the global economy on a pathway towards circularity and a well below 2-degree world, major course corrections are needed. And the majority of countries today are not on track to update their already inadequate climate pledges. To put emissions into a structural decline, large shifts in government policies will have to take place, as well as private action. In 2020, we saw the impossible happen. Rapid behavioral change and government decisions occurred almost overnight. This was due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As people were restricted to their homes, a dent was made in the emissions bill. At the lowest point, global CO2 emissions was 7% lower than the year before, the lowest level since 2010. However, climate breakdown, not COVID-19, will be the biggest challenge of our time. We're armed now with this new knowledge. Faced with the necessary urgency, we can rapidly change our behaviors almost overnight. We've seen it happen. And now we need to apply the same urgency to fix this linear system we're in. So how does implementation of circular solutions relate to the race to zero? It is critical. As we have seen, the twin agendas of circular economy and climate mitigation can get us on that path to a well below 2-degree world. In adopting a roadmap packed with circular strategies, we can pave the way for systemic transformations needed to course correct the global economy, going far beyond the limitations of current policy and national climate pledges. Our 34 kilogram of materials per person per day need to drop dramatically, as does the proportion that goes to waste. We currently waste 90% of what we use, and we keep the value of only 10, and we need to flip that around, keep the 90. But doing this will require the transformational activity, governmental action in applying circular strategies across sectors and industries. And the good news is that momentum is already building towards adoption of circular economic models. So we have a choice. Personally, I've been in this field for 10 years and have seen the change happen in front of my eyes, seen it move from the fringes to the mainstream and from rhetoric to reality. Global names championing the circular economy, such as Greta, brands are adopting circular business models like Fairphone, and cities and countries are transitioning away from linearity. Cities like Prague and countries like Chile. We will also be hearing from tangible examples of circularity in action in the sessions today. My hope is that Glasgow can be on the right side of history as the pivotal moment where world leaders align on transformational rather than incremental thinking. We have no time to lose. And I want to thank the organizers and wish all participants a fabulous exchange today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mark de Wit, for joining us today. Our next keynote speaker of this segment is an entrepreneur who has been a passionate advocate for circular economy for over 10 years. He is also one of the 2 climate champions for the UN Climate Conference, COP26 in Glasgow in November.
This is Gonzalo Munoz, appointed high-level climate champion of COP25 to mobilize climate action among non-state actors around the world. Before that, he co-founded and led Tricyclus, one of the most recognized Latin American companies in circular economy and recycling. Inspired by 10 years of running traditional food businesses and witnessing the waste generated by the private sector, Gonzalo Munoz used his entrepreneurial and business skills to set up a transformative service that could help the environment while being financially sustainable.
Gonzalo, thank you for finding time during your very busy schedule at Climate Week New York City. You have the floor.
Well, first, thanks so much for having me today. It's a real privilege to have the opportunity to discuss about this really fundamental link between circular economy and climate action. As you mentioned, I have the honor of being one of the 2 United Nations high-level climate action champions. And in my role, I work in close partnership with my dear friend Nigel Topping, the UK high-level climate action champion from the UK. Our role as climate champions is to champion the ambition and actions that need to be taken by so-called non-state actors in addressing the climate change. This means working to accelerate climate action between cities, regions, businesses, investors from all around the world, among others. And we know now we've been working for even an extra year due to COVID, due to the postponement of COP26 from 2020 to this year. And we're now 1.5 months from COP. These 2 years that we've had for working together with Nigel in this partnership has given us a great opportunity to go through the COVID crisis, really addressing the opportunity, but also the concrete actions that we need to develop. These 2 presidents, COP25 and COP26, have putting together concrete work that I would like to share with you, mostly on our work around three major campaigns. One campaign around mitigating the effects of the climate change, and then, of course, through Race to Zero, the Race to Zero campaign that we'll be talking about longer. Then the other big element of the climate agenda is resilience and adaptation. So we launched also a sibling campaign called Race to Resilience, working around increasing the resilience of 4 billion people, those most vulnerable that are being affected by the climate crisis, that need to not only survive the crisis, they need to thrive despite of it. So in that aspect, we're working with three major elements. One is urban areas, mostly trying to remove slums, and then rural areas with smallholder farmers, and then coastal zones, right? The evident effect of the sea level rise. And the third big campaign is called GFANS, the Glasgow Financial Alliance, that is being led also by Mark Carney. We launched it together, and now putting together the trillions that are required to solve this crisis. Let me go back to the first one, right? Where Race to Zero, it's incredible what had happened. And even during the COVID crisis, now more than 2/3 of the world economy are covered now by net zero targets. When it comes to the non-state actors, we have now almost 800 cities, and will grow from now to COP, 35 major regions, like big states in the United States or Brazil or Australia, or of course the European Union. Nearly 4,500 businesses from different sizes, different sectors of the economy, different regions. 220 investors representing almost $90 trillion that are now committed to deliver the solutions that are required for that net zero resilient world by 2050. And between those also more than 700 educational institutes that are so important for the future. And of course, to embed all of this topic into next generation. You can see that these numbers, of course, means a lot when it comes to, right, the data itself. But when compared to where we were only 2 years ago, we started this journey on positioning net zero as a main goal for all of these actors. Exactly 2 years ago, it was indeed beautifully September the 23rd in 2019. That was the Secretary General's Climate Summit here in New York. And at that time, the numbers were very, very small. We had, when it comes, for example, to the financial sector, we had $2 trillion there committed. And now we're talking about $90 trillion. When it comes to the business sector, it was about 70 business. Now we have 4,500, sorry. So it's astonishing how things have been changing, but also it's not only about positioning our long-term goal, let's say around 2050, it's also about the short-term goal. What do we need to do now in this critical decade? And we launched in January this year what we call the 2030 breakthroughs, to try to mobilize in 30 sectors of the economy what we call the ambition breakthrough, to bring at least 20% of the major actors of that sector of the economy into the Race to Zero. We set the goal with ourselves to reach at least 10 of those ambition breakthroughs for COP26. Well, we announced that we have already reached 15 of those sectors, some of which were not the most expected, for example, cement and concrete. So what I would like to reflect now is how circularity fits into this incredible change that is happening. Well, circular economy is an integral part of the Race to Zero. A decarbonized world is based on circular economy, as it provides these strategic clear answers. And we all have to recognize circular economy is not only a cool trend, it's beginning to be deeply ingrained in country and company strategy, and also resonating better and better at the highest political level. So getting integrated into the climate process. We had our first circular economy moment in Madrid during last COP in 2019. And since then, we've been working on putting the topic as a kind of filter for everything we do. We have in our team, Harald working as a lead on circular economy, but also working very close with the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. So we can see that together with other strong concepts such as just transition and regeneration, as well as biodiversity, for example, circular economy is providing real clear answers that countries, cities, and business can implement. And therefore, accelerating the shift to a circular economy is essential to achieve the climate goals agreed by the international community and to help rebuild the world's economy stronger, greener, and better. We've heard, according to the Ellen MacArthur Foundation report, as we've heard also from Mark, while moving to renewable can address 55% of the global greenhouse gas emissions to achieve the goals set by science and set by the United Nations, it is imperative to tackle the remaining 45%, and then circular economy must be the pathway to achieving it. It's great to see how companies, cities, and countries are picking up circular economy, but also it's important to acknowledge that the race is not ending in Glasgow. COP26, of course, is critical, but we see how all of this traction is increasing and accelerating beyond COP as well. Just to wrap up, because I see that the clock there, I would like to refer that to different moments that we will be having from now to COP. We need to help countries to understand how businesses are now, through integrating circular economy, supporting the NDCs. We need to accelerate the cultural shift where governments change the waste logic to one that includes circular economy in the center of as many sectors as possible. And from now to COP, we'll have a lot of particular events bringing circularity closer to consumer. Now, into run-up to COP, I look forward to read the Everything as a Service report. We have the Net Zero Circular Economy Industry Alliance taking new steps. Last week, we had this event on setting the alliance between Latin America Circular Economy and the African Circular Economy Alliance. We're seeing a lot of that happening, and I just want to close by saying circular economy will be in the center of COP26 in Glasgow, and personally, I look forward to continue embedding the topic into the center of the climate agenda. Thank you very much. Look forward to continue collaborating.
Thank you very much indeed, Gonzalo. And we've got some very tight timekeepers here right now, so we've no time for questions, but we want to make sure all the viewers around the world watching the show tune in to the app that we have, We Don't Have Time, and they can ask questions to you and to us over that app, and hopefully quite a few will come your way. Thanks a million there. Okay, so carbon markets. It's a topic that's going to be widely discussed at COP26 in Glasgow in November. It's therefore our great pleasure to introduce a true expert in sustainable energy, a person who in the run-up to COP26 has also been asked to co-chair the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative. Rachel Kite, you have the floor.
This is Rachel Kite, Chief Executive Officer of Sustainable Energy for All and Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All. Previously, she was World Bank Group Vice President and Special Envoy for Climate Change. In that role, she oversaw work on climate change adaptation, mitigation, and climate finance across the institutions of the World Bank Group.
I'm going to ask you to take the floor twice. Please take the floor, Rachel. Thank you.
Hey, Nick, it's lovely to see you and it's lovely to be here. Hello, everyone. And really inspired to follow Gonzalo, who is showing that it's not just a race as a sprint, but also a marathon. So carbon markets are going to be an important part, or already an important part, of how countries are going to finance their need for adaptation and resilience in their own green transitions. They're also an important way for certain parts of our economy, different industries, to be able to make the transition from their current practice to being net zero companies, or being companies that are truly carbon neutral. I mean, a carbon market is basically based on the idea that if you have carbon assets, you can monetize them, you can turn them into a financial flow that you can use for your own climate purposes. And so carbon markets have always held out a big promise for developing countries, for countries with great natural resources, for local communities, for indigenous peoples and others. But despite all of the promise, I think it's fair to say that they've played an important role, but they haven't been fully realized. Now, because we have this race to zero that has been unleashed by Gonzalo and many others, many companies are now coming forward, forced by their investors, forced by the geopolitics of China, the US, the EU, 70% of global GDP committing to being carbon neutral by 2050. Companies now have to find a way to become carbon neutral themselves. And for many of those companies, they're looking at the carbon markets as a way to be able to do that. In some cases, to offset the emissions that come from their operations by entering into the carbon markets. So the carbon markets are, of course, controversial because within the carbon markets, especially the voluntary carbon markets, there have in the past been greenwashing. So companies making a claim that they are carbon neutral without being able to explain how they do that, without being able to explain the science of it. And now today, without perhaps first explaining how they're going to reduce emissions. And then once they've reduced emissions and that they have a science-based pathway for their own transition, where they would only use carbon markets to get rid of the residual emissions that they couldn't get rid of by changing their processes or changing their business models. So the Voluntary Carbon Markets Integrity Initiative is here basically to try to bring stakeholders, government, civil society, business, finance, everybody together to establish the rules around the claims, the guardrails or the guidance necessary for us to make sure that within a voluntary carbon market, claims can actually be trusted and that finance would actually flow into the pockets of those who would need it in order to protect nature. The voluntary carbon market only needs to exist if it actually helps us smooth the pathway to 1.5 degrees, and if it helps produce a revenue stream to those who need it the most. We don't need a voluntary carbon market if it is just going to circulate money around in a tub of greenwashing. I think it's also important to realize that the carbon markets could grow very, very fast. But a carbon market with high integrity, where there are clear rules and transparency and assurance that a claim is truly a claim, that will lead to a growing carbon market. But trying to grow the carbon market fast without that integrity will not breed the kind of trust that we need for developing countries to know that those resources will actually help them, and for companies to know that their claims will actually help them improve their position with investors. So the only business case for carbon markets is for a high integrity carbon market. So over the next few months, with an extraordinary expert advisory group, we will be coming forward with a set of guidances for discussion and for argument, really, about how we will make sure that there is integrity in the voluntary carbon market. How will we know that carbon exchanges are actually allowing us to move towards 1.5 degrees? How will we know that we are aligning with Paris and with the SDGs? How will we know that a voluntary carbon market will actually lay the groundwork for regulated carbon markets and for other forms of regulation, which are absolutely necessary if we are going to take carbon out of our economies? How will we know that a claim on the private sector side is one that is based on science? How do we know that it's a legitimate claim in a transition? Because there are companies today that will find it very difficult to be carbon neutral without some facilitation. And so these are the kinds of questions that we're asking ourselves, and these are the kinds of guidelines that we'll be issuing probably after COP26. Of course, there's extraordinary work that's already going on, largely in the private sector around the voluntary carbon market, really building enthusiasm for cooperation and collaboration that's absolutely necessary. What we do is hopefully provide that work, the task force and others that have been established, with the intel inside, the way to do this so that it is with high integrity. If we have high integrity, then there's a real reason to believe that we could actually see a carbon market provide very, very necessary resources into developing countries that don't have the finance today to make the transitions that they need to make. But as I said, this only makes sense if carbon markets help us reduce emissions and help us do so in an equitable way.
Thank you so much indeed for that. Many people will not understand this topic, but you basically outlined the challenge here and what you're trying to achieve. Thank you very much for joining us. My timekeepers have told me we've run out of time on this section, but please, people ask questions to the app. Thank you.
One of the organizers of this event is the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Luckily, with us in the studio to explain more about this is Owen Gaffney, co-founder of this initiative.
This is Owen Gaffney. He's the co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, an accredited partner of the United Nations Race to Zero, and a founding partner of the 1.5 degree supply chain leaders at the SME Climate Hub. Owen is a global sustainability analyst and writer at the Stockholm Resilience Center and the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Together with Professor Johan Rockström, Owen has written the book Breaking Boundaries, which was recently turned into a Netflix documentary with the same name.
So hi, Owen. Welcome to the studio.
Thanks for inviting me.
Of course. Could you please explain to the viewers what is the Exponential Roadmap Initiative?
So it's really an initiative about driving exponential change. You know, just a few years ago, when the Paris Agreement first came into force, I mean, it wasn't clear then how to achieve, you know, what kind of pathway we needed to be on. So we were the first to propose that we need to be halving emissions every decade to actually get emissions down, to get temperatures down to around 1.5 degrees. And so that's been the core part, that exponential change has been the core part of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. How do we push that message into policy and to businesses? So the initiative is really about bringing together the leading companies that will transform, disrupt, and innovate our way along that pathway.
So, Owen, what makes you different from other initiatives?
So, well, I think very much it's that that driving the change. You know, I think a lot of initiatives about bringing companies on board to survive the transition. There's going to be a huge energy transition that absolutely has to be, and ensuring companies can do that and survive and thrive. But we're about really driving it, bringing in the innovators and disruptors who are going to just change entire sectors and push at the kind of scale we absolutely need.
And we saw some images here of the 1.5 degree business playbook. That's one of the sort of, well, products you have in your portfolio. Could you tell us a little bit more about the products you offer?
Yeah, so, well, the first thing we did was produce a roadmap to show that it was actually possible to halve emissions globally across all sectors by 2030. This is actually, technologically, it's feasible. So then how do we scale that? And then since that product, we've then looked at, well, offering businesses a playbook, you know, simple heuristics to drive down emissions on the kind of scale we want. And now we have the SME, the small and medium-sized enterprises, an initiative for them, for those smaller companies, to do exactly the same, to scale their action on climate.
So the COP is coming up. What are you doing at the COP and for the COP?
So we have a big program of events. First of all, we are part of the Race to Zero, you know, the huge initiative Gonzalo talked about to really drive change with the business community. And we're there really to drive up numbers to get to exponentially scale for small and medium-sized businesses to adopt our thinking methodology, come on board and drive the change, and for big businesses, big multinationals, to do exactly the same.
Well, thank you so much, Owen Gaffney. You'll be back later on in the broadcast. Thanks so much.
Okay.
And now we're going to focus on circularity and digitalization. Don't forget, please write questions to the speakers on the app, share your comments and also your ideas. From smarter buildings able to operate with far lower carbon footprints to new ways of working online, tracking waste for reuse across vast supply chains and helping to verify voluntary carbon market projects like protected forests, digitalization is key to halving the emissions by 2030. We need to win the race to zero and rapidly build a circular economy. As our first keynote speaker in this segment, I would like to introduce Lars Lindén. Lars Lindén is the CEO of Ragn-Sells Group since 2016, and he has a long experience in the recycling, waste, and environmental sector, as well as from the telecom business. So welcome, Lars Lindén. Please give us your perspective.
First of all, it's a true pleasure to be here. Now, if we are serious about creating a sustainable society, we have to use raw material we already have extracted over and over again, as often as possible. This might sound obvious, and it actually is. However, today almost half of our climate impact and 90% of our water scarcity issues are linked to the way we extract resources and produce goods and food. We really need to rethink, and that fast. We have to generate new raw materials without exhausting our planet's resources and thereby fueling the climate crisis. To reach this target set in the Paris Agreement, we all need to change the way we make business, and we all need to push for a circular economy. But in a circular economy, our belief is that there will be no waste. So you ask yourself, will there be any waste management companies in the future? We actually don't think so. Therefore, we at Ragn-Sells are transforming our business to become a raw material producer. Together with partners, customers, and in collaboration with scientists and academia, we are working to create more closed material loops so that as much of the resources we already have extracted can be used over and over again. To achieve this, there are a number of activities that have to happen. New business models and innovative circular solutions must be deployed. Secondly, we need to put material quality as the determination priority when it comes to recycled raw materials, not the origin of the material as such. We also need to adjust and adopt legislation and international agreements to secure the circulation of the most critical raw materials. Furthermore, we need products to be designed for a circular economy. This is a huge topic today in society. And lastly, we need to stop treating waste as something without value and instead see it as a key source for raw material recovery. We all together, we have an amazing opportunity to create a sustainable future by transitioning to a society based on circular principles, by keeping critical resources in the loop, instead of throwing them away. If we all pull together and collaborate, a sustainable and circular future will soon be within our reach. I thank you all for listening to me.
Well, thank you very much, Lars Lindén. Let's now move on to another expert in this field.
This is Per Larssons, Director of Sustainability at Ragn-Sells, a family-owned third-generation company that collects, treats, and recycles waste and residual products from businesses, organizations, and households. Per is an award winner in communication, social sustainability, and entrepreneurship, listed multiple times by Trust Across America as one of the top thought leaders in trust. He is the current appointed expert for setting environmental targets for sea and coastal regions in Sweden and for the Coalition Group for a climate-neutral Swedish industry by 2045.
Warm welcome to the studio, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Katarina. In my speech today, I will try to highlight our potential to contribute to two of the upcoming COP conference two priorities, that is adaptation and mitigation. But first, Ragn-Sells originated from 1881, when we were a transport company, transporting goods and people with horses. In the 1960s, we became a waste management company. And today, in the linear economy, we are a recycler. But tomorrow, as Lars mentioned in his initial speech, we will become a raw material producer, but also a detoxifier, and that is very important going forward. 50% of our emissions, our greenhouse gas emissions, originates from the fossil fuels that we use to transport ourselves or power our houses or our industries. The other 50% are embedded in the products that we use every day, the eat that we consume, and the infrastructure that we use. If we would like to reach the ambitions in the Paris Agreement, we must also create circular materials loops, and that will be crucial going forward. And by that, we also need to change processes in the society. We can't just replace the energy, we need to have new processes in place. The solutions that we put on the market need to fulfill 3 criteria. The first, we need to make sure that we recycle back as much material as possible so that we can reduce the need for virgin production somewhere else. Secondly, decontamination. We can't loop around everything that we put into the ecosystem. We need to have a way of taking out the nasty stuff. And thirdly, of course, we shouldn't put any hindrances to future generations. And here we talk about the climate issue as well as other environmental challenges. Let us now cover some of the processes in the world that we need to change. And I will start with the nitrogen cycle. Today, when we produce nitrogen fertilizer, we do that through the Haber-Bosch method that received the Nobel Prize in 1918. It means that we incinerate natural gas, take it down from the atmosphere, use it, and then it ends up in our wastewater. Now we need to take it out of the wastewater, because if we don't do that, it will risk to lead to eutrophication. And that in the end, if I go very far away from now, can lead to that our seas and oceans go from today's huge carbon sink to become even carbon emitters. So the nitrogen must go out. Today we do that through biological methods, where we take out nitrogen up to the atmosphere, but also have a huge leakage of laughing gases. And this means that the whole nitrogen cycle is a huge carbon emitter. Here we have developed solutions where we can extract the nitrogen directly from the wastewater and directly produce fertilizer. We don't need to bypass the atmosphere. We will launch this next September in a huge fair in Copenhagen. And here we do see a huge global potential, because the cost to implement this will be lower than today's technology. At the same time, it will be a climate negative solution in the end. The problem though is that the nitrogen that we produce are we not allowed to use today, because today's legislation, if you're going to use something, it depends on origin and not the quality. And if it has been waste, it is banned. Another process that I would like to highlight, and I'd like to zoom out, is not just the nitrogen. I would like to zoom out to the wastewater treatment plants. In here we have, together with the Swedish Water, together with the food industry, WWF and others, launched 7 principles that we like to be implemented in society, where wastewater treatment plant will become resource plant in the future. Again, the system are set up to hinder that, so we need to change not just in Sweden, we need to change in almost all countries around the world. But if that is given up as a possibility, we see that this will really be able then that the wastewater treatment plant will become carbon reducers. Let us now move into an example, a third example from us, and that is from Estonia, where we, by adding carbon dioxide to ash mountains, we be able to produce new resources. So let us take out to a small film.
22 million tons of calcium carbonate is mined worldwide. So we could buy the simplest everyday items, from food products to paints. Unfortunately, the mining and producing of precipitated calcium carbonate is resulting in a huge amount of greenhouse gas emissions. Did you know that there are ash deposits holding about 600 million tons of ash from electric power production in Estonia? Out of all of that, only 1% has been reused over time.
Laboratory and industrial scale experiments show that we can produce tailor-made, high-quality precipitated calcium carbonate according to the client's need. First time ever, we have an opportunity to produce climate-neutral precipitated calcium carbonate. We do not need to open new mines or burn anything. We are extracting calcium using water-based leaching, what is very important, our technology is based on zero liquid discharge. All the water is in constant circulation. What is even more important, the extracted calcium is bonded with the external CO2. This means that our production is capturing more carbon than emitting. This makes our product very unique.
Ragn-Sell's OSA project is a unique example on how to capture CO2 into products with a long life cycle and use them as a material instead of treating them as waste.
Several European companies that are using precipitated calcium carbonate have shown great interest in our product and want to use it in their production. One good example is Kealan, window profile manufacturer from Germany. In cooperation with them, we could capture and utilize CO2 in their products. We believe that our project has a potential of becoming the biggest European-based circular economy solution. Our project will help us to achieve the goals set in the Paris Agreement and lead the way into circular-based economy.
The potential for this single project in Estonia will mean that we can reduce the carbon emissions emitted on the globe with 400 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. And that is the same amount as 8 years of Sweden as a nation's total carbon emissions. At the same time, we can avoid digging up limestone to the same equivalent as 200 years of production needed for the cement production in the world. There are many good examples around in the world. We will later on listen to two of the industries where I really appreciate their efforts, and that is Tarkett and Saint-Gobain. They have decided to mine their future resources from the construction material that are already in our buildings. And that's exactly what we need to see happening. Making sure that we can enable new resources to be avoided to be digging up if we can. So looking forward to listen to all other good examples in the next hour to come. And let's create a market for circular material flows. Then we'll be able to really reduce the carbon emissions. And I will answer any questions through the app.
Thank you very much, Per Larssons. You'll be back shortly for a panel talk. The next speaker is a sustainability pioneer. He's been leading by example and is very dedicated to helping the ICT industry to unlock its climate action potential.
This is Mats Pellbeck-Sharp, Head of Sustainability at Ericsson, one of the world's leading providers of information and communication technology, ICT, to service providers. Mats is a sustainability pioneer, helping the ICT industry unlock climate action potential. In his role at Ericsson, he has group responsibility for circular economy, environmental performance, climate action, environmental management, and sustainability impacts and benefits from ICT and IoT.
Welcome, Mats. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Katarina. It's a pleasure to be here again, I might say. And I'm going to talk about circularity. And you have heard how important circularity is for both the climate action as well as how important the process and innovations are to reach the circularity of materials. But I will bring up some other examples as well. And three things that I would like to talk about is really the importance of understanding the life cycle impact. And the second part that I would like to talk about is really how important business models are for circularity. And the third thing is the power of digitalization, which is of course close to my heart. But to start then, why is the life cycle impact so important to understand? I think normally we see that prolonging the life and using or refurbishing and reusing equipment is the highest order. But in general, that might be an oversimplification, because you have to understand the life cycle impact to know if it's better to use and reuse or if it's better to recycle and use the material another time. So on that note, I will take two examples to make this a little easier to understand, I guess. And that is very close to us. And that is, of course, the mobile phone and the mobile network. If you look on a mobile phone about 80% of the impact of a mobile phone comes from the production of the mobile phone. The big display, the printed circuit board, the processor and memory inside the phone takes a lot of energy to produce. While we have managed to make the charger very, very efficient and the use of the phone very small, so that is only 10 to 20% of the total impact of a mobile phone. If you compare that with the mobile network that makes the phone work, all the base stations and communication equipment around that, it's in fact the total opposite. Around 10% of the impact comes from the production, while over 80% comes from the use and the energy to fire these networks and use these networks. So then, of course, the best thing that you could do as a private person is really to prolong the life of your mobile phone. That will reduce the total impact of mobile phones significantly. So 1 more year will more or less increase or decrease your total digital footprint enormously. On the other hand, in a mobile network, to use that mobile network, if the equipment is so much more energy efficient than the previous generation, it might be a good time to replace that and use more modern equipment because of the energy consumption while use. So I think that is just to explain the difference and the importance of the life cycle impact. If I move on then to the business model. The business model is important because it drives the behavior of companies. So as a service, business models is generally understood to be much better from a circular perspective. And why is that? It's because you internalize all the problems that you create when you design the product. So if you design a product that uses a lot of energy, suddenly you have to pay your energy bill yourself. And if you design a product that you need to change a lot of equipment, then you have to take care of all the service and going out to the site and changing that. So that's why business model and service is so important. And one example of that is there is a possibility for cities to buy light as a service. So instead of buying the light source, the energy, and putting this up and down and changing all the light sources, you can buy light as a service. And then, of course, the company that usually sells light sources, then they have to take all the cost for the maintenance, for the energy, and for other things. And then they design the product in a totally different way. Much longer life for the product, less energy consumption, and less maintenance is needed because that is their own cost, and they have to design the product in a different way than when they have a linear model selling new products all the time. So finally, the power of digitalization, and of course that is hugely important for circularity. But why is that important for circularity? Well, I can give you just one example. We have talked about peak oil for 25 years or more, but I will talk about peak Kodak. And what is peak Kodak then? In 1999 was the peak of selling film for cameras. And since then, in less than 10 years, the film sales went down with 99%, thanks to digitalization. That is the power, the first step of the power of digitalization. At that time, it was replaced by small and relatively unqualified digital cameras. Also, digital cameras has now more or less gone down with over 90%, and that is the power of the mobile digitalization, because now people use their mobile phone to take their pictures. And now also more people can take more pictures, they can have shared memories. I remember when I was small, you had to save the picture, and then you often missed a good moment because you had to wait and because the film was expensive. So the cost was in relation to the consumption. In the power of digitalization, the cost is not related to the consumption at all in the same way. So you can use your equipment much, much more, and it doesn't impact. And I think the power of digitalization, in short, is really the best way to save resources is to use no material at all. And that is the true meaning of power of digitalization. So thank you. I will then move on, I guess.
Excellent, Mats. Let's welcome Per back on stage for a panel talk. Please join us, Per. To listen to you two is very inspiring indeed, but I'd like for you to first start out by reflecting on each other's and also Lars Lindén's presentation. What thoughts do you get, Per, from listening to Mats, who represents the ICT industry?
Well, the digitalization are important for us to make sure that we can create circular material flows. We need to keep track on the resources, and then digitalization will be very vital. Then I think from Lars' speech, I would like to highlight the challenges in policies. Today, almost all policies around the world says that quality is not the determining factor, it's the origin. So if it has been waste, and what is defined as waste, we can't use it. So if we really mean for real that we like to have a circular economy with reduced greenhouse gas emissions, we must change that.
Thank you, Per.
Yeah, I think that Per, he is very, very powerful and eloquent in his speech on the resources and materials. But what I really liked is your very clear model on how to judge if it's good or not, and looking about future generations and how to reuse the material. I think that those three criteria that you are having in your process is really, really powerful and interesting. So that is my key takeout.
And you represent two very different parts of the industry and society. And we're talking today about circularity and climate. What do you hope to achieve by taking part in this and talking about these two topics at the same time?
From my perspective, I think what I ended off with, the power of digitalization, how to reduce the use of materials. And I think we have seen that in sector after sector. So for me, it's really about understanding that, and also then understanding why it's so important to start also to invest in the digital infrastructures. And especially in Europe, we see that we are lagging behind on 5G and other things. So I think that we see that investment in this and viewing digital infrastructure as an infrastructure and not just as a mobile network, I think is very important. So that is one of the things that I think we could hope to learn.
Thank you, Mats.
Coming back to Lars' speech again, he talked about the importance of collaboration. So what we are trying to create is material flows where we work in the material in itself, not in our branch. And when we then start to collaborate with partners, we often discover that they use a system that has been delivered by Ericsson. So in order for us, we need to then connect, and then of course Ericsson will be a key enabler to create those material flows.
I'd like for you to reflect on each other's topics for a bit here. So Mats, a question for you. Abstaining from using materials, from your different perspective than Paris, what effects could that have?
Well, I think abstaining from using materials, but also putting the materials in and deciding when is the right time to do the different things. So when do we send things for materials recycling and really do that in a good way so we have the most efficient processes? When do we upgrade with software and reuse? And so I think the whole balancing and understanding from a sustainability perspective how we can take the right choices at the right time, I think is one of the key elements.
Thank you. And Per, your example of, I have to read this because it's very PCC, precipitated calcium carbonate. This is a very promising process. And how can you enable this even more with the ICT as a support?
The problem now, before we can open up the first plant, is to source the carbon dioxide. And it shouldn't be too little of the carbon dioxide. But the problem again to policymakers in Brussels, you are now starting to reduce the possibility for us to even use this very promising project, because everybody says that the carbon dioxide need to go down under the Atlantic Ocean. We say if the processes that really reduce the need for new production of resources, why don't you use them? And of course, keeping track of that, making sure that it works, the logistics, we need then digitalization and hopefully Ericsson systems.
Well, thank you so much. There's somebody in my ear saying that we have to move on. Wonderful to have you on board, and thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We now move to living in the material world, rethinking the built environment. How we build and construct where we live, and of course where we work and also play, has proven to be one of the hardest areas for cutting climate change emissions. Stubbornly, the built environment is around 38% of carbon dioxide emissions. So how can a circular economy help? Our keynote speaker for this segment is a professor whose work has been vital for the European Commission's climate and circular economy policies.
Meet Edgar Hedvig, professor in industrial ecology at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. Edgar leads the International Resource Panel's work on resource efficiency and climate change. The panel's work has been used in many policy processes, such as EC's Circular Economy Action Plan and the Renovation Wave for Europe, a part of EU's climate policy for the building sector. Hedvig is ranked among the top 100 researchers in the world in the fields of environmental science and climate change, and was the lead author of the Energy Systems chapter of the IPCC Fifth Assessment Report.
Edgar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Nick. It is a pleasure to talk to you all. Madonna already told us that we're living in a material world. And why does this matter for climate protection? The production of materials on this globe causes about 1/4 of all greenhouse gas emissions. As such, it is more important than agriculture and forestry taken together. These numbers are really up. Why don't you learn this in school? It was because before the numbers were smaller. It was only 15%. The construction sector, buildings and infrastructure are about 40% of the material use measured in the carbon footprint. And the most important materials for the construction sector in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions are concrete and other things that are made from cement and iron and steel that are used in construction. And these together account for more than 10% of global emissions. If we want to go to a net zero world, we will need to do something with these materials. So the study that I led for the International Resource Panel looked at opportunities to reduce these greenhouse gas emissions through strategies of the circular economy and through material efficiency. And in particular, we looked at building lighter structures that require less materials, moving to less emissions-intensive materials away from concrete and steel and masonry towards wood and other plant-based construction materials that store carbon, reducing the waste in the construction process, improving the use of the products, using the floor space more intensively so that we would need less of it. And then finally extending the life of the products or recycling the products, that means the homes in this case. And all of these strategies we found out are important, but they are not equally important. We found out that the most effective strategy that we could follow in our work is actually to have a more intensive use of the buildings, less floor space per capita. And so you wonder, you know, this might be a very intrusive strategy if it is pursued by policy. But in fact, we found out that there are several ways of achieving a more intensive use of floor space. One of them was to have more multifamily homes instead of single-family homes. People who live in multifamily homes generally use less floor space. They also have a higher, more energy-efficient home, so there's a benefit in addition to reducing the material requirements. We also reduce the energy use because we share the outer walls with other people and therefore have less energy transmission through the outer walls. There is also the opportunity in multifamily homes to share infrastructure with each other. For example, to have guest rooms that can be booked instead of having your individual guest room, to have sports facilities and other common areas that you share with each other. So sharing is an important way of achieving a more intensive use of living space. Why does the use of the more intensive use actually help the circular economy? It is because as long as we're increasing the building stock, we are growing our stock of buildings and having more and more. We cannot supply those materials by recycling. We always need to add new materials to the existing building stock. So we can achieve a circular economy only once we start stabilizing the existing building stock. Further, we found that existing recycling already provides a substantial saving of emissions compared to only using virgin material. And the most important recycling that happens today is that of metals, of structural steel, of copper in wires and pipes and so on. In the future, we have the opportunity to increase the savings from collecting more material and from also recycling minerals. Of course, the savings from recycling minerals are smaller than the ones from recycling the metals, because it's hard to bring the minerals back to the same quality. Finally, we found that especially in developing countries, there was a good opportunity to use more wood as a construction material. And that not only saves emissions from materials production, it also stores carbon in the buildings. And it's actually the best thing you can do with wood is to use it as a construction material instead of any of the other uses such as biofuels or electricity production. Reducing waste in the construction process is also important. You can do that, for example, through prefabrication, or you can use building information systems that allow you to better control your whole construction process and thereby to already produce elements in the sizes that you need instead of cutting them to sizes at the construction process. Lifetime extension is also an interesting strategy, but it should be used with care because it works only together if you do a refurbishment. Old buildings tend to require more operational energy use, have lower energy efficiency, and so that only makes sense if we do a refurbishment at the same time. Finally, architects have come up with lots of ways to design lighter structures using, for example, arches or using trusses instead of beams. We were very conservative with our assumptions in our modeling with regard to the opportunities there. But I think that there is actually much more scope in the future through creative structural engineering to design lighter buildings that require less building materials. In our modeling, we estimate that by 2050 we can save about 35% of the emissions from the residential sector by adopting these 7 strategies in the G7 countries. However, the largest savings are possible in those countries that are emerging today, like China and India, where we estimate that emission savings up to 60% are possible with the strategies. And so these are really important. And I want to come back to this issue of the floor space. We actually went deeper into this question of why is it that in some countries per capita floor space is 70 square meters, like in the United States. In the other countries, it's 35 square meters, like in the United Kingdom, where these countries are quite similar in other aspects. And we found that actually policy is an important explanatory factor. There are lots of policies in place that actually drive large residences in the US. There is single-family zoning. So people are not allowed to build multifamily homes in a lot of the attractive areas. There is a support for mortgages by the government. That means especially mortgages for single-family homes are supported, not for multifamily homes. There is tax incentives that the interest payments on your mortgage are deductible from your taxes. And especially wealthy people who have high taxes save a lot, and there's no limit on the size of the residence that is supported through these tax incentives. In Norway, where I live, we have similar tax regimes that create incentives for wealthy people to always increase and move to more expensive living space, which keeps the construction industry busy with building houses for the wealthy, and there is really a shortage of living space for people who are sort of at entry-level jobs. And that's really a situation that is not favorable. And so we need to urge our governments to get rid of the policies that favor the construction of unnecessary housing. And those are really important aspects, I think. With that, I would like to give it back to you, Nick. Happy to look at the discussion.
Thanks a lot, Edgar. And interesting that you mentioned policy at the end. Fantastic. That's very important. We're now going to look at some of the elements or parts of the jigsaw puzzle of the places where we spend most of our time, our buildings. I want to first introduce our panelists. Firstly, Oskar Storm. Oskar is a veteran of the glass industry. I know he works a lot with architects. He currently oversees technical marketing at Saint-Gobain Glass for the Swedish and Norwegian markets. And he wrote the book, Designing Glass Facades for Near-Zero Energy Buildings. Arnaud Marquis is Chief Sustainable Officer or Sustainability Officer for Tarkett, the French multinational, specializing in flooring and sports surfaces. He is passionate about reducing greenhouse gas emissions and oversees the innovation programs for the circular economy. Arnaud is a graduate of Grenoble Engineering School and holds an executive MBA from EM Lyon Business School. And last but not least is Per Klevnes. Per is an economist and a partner at Material Economics. He has been the lead author of several high-profile international reports, including The Circular Economy, a powerful force for greenhouse gas mitigation, Industrial Transformation 2050, Completing the Picture, and the landmark new Climate Economy Report. What a mouthful. Anyway, we've got there. Firstly, can I ask you all, any reflections on what our keynote speaker, Edgar, actually said? Who would like to take that? Any thoughts?
I'm very happy to jump in there, Nick, and thank you very much for that introduction. And it's a fascinating thing when you think of the built environment. So first off, I should say, in the studies we have conducted, one at the EU level, one more globally, you find exactly the same things. We're talking about very often in climate terms, we talk about what's a gigaton opportunity, what's something can be really big, what's something that can reduce emissions very, very substantially and over the next decades. And what we're talking about here definitely is one, because they're sort of reducing emissions by 1/3 from the imprint of new construction and refurbishment is to the tune of up to 2 billion tons of CO2, depending on how you draw your boundaries, right? And we found exactly the same in the studies that you just mentioned, Nick. And there's a fascinating reflection then that we've had now for 40, 50 years of very intensive discussion, quite rightly, I should say, on the energy efficiency of buildings and how we can make sure that buildings don't use energy that we don't need in order to be comfortable, in order to have lighting, in order to live well. But we have not talked nearly to the same extent about the materials imprint, and yet it is a very large one. So it's high time that the built environment got a second leg to the climate debate, not just energy efficiency, but the materials efficiency and how the building stock that will be with us for decades becomes, we get as much value as possible to what we put into it. So can only confirm that we see exactly the same thing.
Thanks, Pat. Oskar, let me turn to you. I mean, lots of people maybe don't think much about glass. I mean, they open windows, they maybe wash them when they're a little dirty, and so on. But you're an expert on glass, and I know you're an expert on also the facades of buildings. Where's the circularity story in this? Give us an idea.
Well, the circularity story, I was going to say that, connecting to Edgar, that the structure of the building is getting lighter and lighter, and the metal in the frame is being recycled, and also that we use wood in the buildings, also tall buildings in Sweden. So the structure is set, meaning that in new buildings the facade is like 30% of the carbon footprint of the building, and the glass is the most important factor for the carbon footprint in the facade. So we need to go circular, not only because of the energy use of producing glass, but also because we're running scarce of sand. We're reaching peak sand. So in 40, 50 years, the glass age will sort of be over because we don't have any sand left to produce glass.
That's amazing. I mean, the idea of peak sand is just a fascinating concept all on its own. Let me turn to Arno now. I mean, Arno and I talked a little bit about him coming on the show last week, and I was listening to some of the things that he said. And I mean, Tarkett, the company he works for, is doing everything possible to make the materials, the flooring that they produce, very sustainable. But they have another kind of vision, which is to actually bring back end-of-life flooring into the system. And when you sit back and think about that for a second, in buildings that could be there for 30, 40, 50, 60, God knows how many years, the whole process that. So Arno, give us a little glimpse into that circularity, how you envisage to bring back the materials when you lay them, when you put the floors in, but at the end of life. This was really interesting.
Yes, you raise very good questions, Nick. So it's true that today Tarkett manages circularities across the countries, but I would like just to say that we started small, we started local, and that this journey took some time. So in fact, it started about 60 years ago when our team in Sweden decided that there should be no waste leaving their factory. And it was a new way of thinking in the 50s. There was no one to tell them how to proceed. And they discovered that they had to adapt their existing processes or even develop new ones. They had to change their product recipe so that it could be recycled and also contained the recycled element. So you see, it's not as simple as it might sound. So however, this work was very useful. They have acquired an important knowledge that afterwards we spread in our company, so that today, step by step, circular economy principles have become part of our culture. So as you said, today Tarkett is working in order to bring back waste from outside the company, from our customers, because this was the second stage of our journey. We wanted to apply exactly the same principle, attack and make sure that the waste of our clients generated when they install our floors can also not be sent to incineration, but bring back to our factory, to our recycling center. Because if you think about a new hospital, for instance, or new schools, new universities, in fact, when professional installers lay and feed the floor, they generate between 5 and 10% of waste. And as I said, very often, at least today, it goes either to landfill or to incineration, and therefore emit greenhouse gas. So while we know how to recycle them, so that's the point. So we have investigated the best way to take back these good materials. And we came to the conclusion that we had to develop our own specific program to take it back into our recycling centers. So in other words, we did not want to wait for countries to implement new regulations that would force this change. So since 2010, which was the beginning of this Take Back program, we are sending big back to our customers, like professional installers or construction companies, at the place where they work. And then we pick up the bags when they are full of waste. That's what we are calling the Tarkett Restart program. And we are very proud because bag after bag, we have collected the weight of 11 Eiffel Towers of waste since the beginning of the program. So I believe we have been able to demonstrate that we can really think outside of the company, I mean, outside of the box, and expand the way we practice to also collect this waste and recycle them.
Okay, super, Arno. Let me turn to Per, because Per, it's interesting, we're talking about glass with Oscar, we're talking about flooring, which can be laminates and can be other things with Arno here. Some of the big ticket items, of course, are steel and concrete and things like that. Do you want to pick up on one of those materials, for example, or maybe think, imagine what we would do with one of them?
Yeah, no, and I mean, and it's fascinating. I mean, if you look at the steelmaking industry, it's optimized. I mean, it is going through its own revolution now in how steel is produced and all the rest. But we've got a highly optimized system for producing steel where productivity increases by several % per year, and you got a very optimized. And then you look at when we use the steel, and if there are detailed investigations of steel framed buildings that will find that actually, if you look at the ratio of steel that is used to the steel that is actually needed to achieve the strength and the safety and so on that we need, it's monstrous. We use far too much more steel. And you could exactly the same argument can be found for concrete. If you think of concrete as a composition of a binder that you use to make cement, and then you have a certain share of cement in the concrete, and then you have a certain amount of concrete per structure in order to make it durable and have the strength it needs. Again, in every step, we're using more than we need to, using new technologies, using new business models, etc. And this may come as a surprise, and it sort of leads to the question: why is there a structural overuse of some of the most CO2 intensive commodities there are in the construction sector? And I think partly we sort of touched on it already. This just hasn't been a focus. It's not something we've looked at when we talked about buildings. We talked about other things. And the second thing, I think, is that the whole sector is perhaps among the last to be digital, to trace its materials, to label and have metrics for seeing how materials are used and so on. And that is now gradually changing, but we need to speed up. And I think it's a huge effort that's needed in the construction value chain, from everything, from architects to construction companies to the investors that are building the real estate, to governments who procure, to really put a spotlight on how much are we getting out of the CO2 and energy intensive materials that we're putting into our buildings. And the answer today is far too little, and we should see it as a big productivity opportunity.
Yeah. I just want to come on this point of digitalization because it's cropping up all the time during our show. And I know a bit about digitalization and the operation of buildings. I mean, there's a lot of companies like Ericsson, but also Deutsche Telekom and many others have been looking at this. But digitalization in, let's say, Oscar, talk about glass, because you've talked a bit about glass, but you didn't reveal the other side of this story, which is also generating electricity from the glass on buildings. So give us a glimpse into digitalization and how that also links into this whole generating electricity using glass.
Well, that's a complex topic, but I will try. If we look at the glass in the facade, it's actually part of a system. You think about the window, but the window is a way of filtering the energy. The energy coming out of the room is supposed to be reflected back in the room, so we don't get heating. We don't have to do so much heating. The energy from the sun is filtered, trying to filter it so that only the visible light goes through, and we're not getting overheating from the rest of the solar energy, and that then has to be integrated together with some sort of you have to look at the ventilation system, the cooling system, and the type of shader that you can use on the facade to see how can we build a system that creates thermal comfort in our buildings with a good view to the outside, etc. And to really achieve the best balance, we need to use like building simulation software. So for me, the digitalization is to use these building simulation softwares and make it possible to integrate them with like the softwares that architects use, that consultants use, etc. We don't really speak the same language there yet, and that could really help if we all speak the same language on what systems we want to apply.
Yeah, yeah. Arno, give me a glimpse into, okay, so how environmentally friendly are your floors? That's a very simple question. I mean, how much recycled material are you using right now in a classic floor? And how is it going to be in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years? Where do you see the future in floors?
Yeah, so if we think about floors, and Target is manufacturing a very wide range of products that are used in many different applications. The content of recycled material varies between, I would say, 5 to 10%, but up to 60% in some of materials. And right now, I am in Italy in our linoleum factory that uses up to 70% natural and recycled materials. So it varies quite a lot depending on the category of floors. But definitively, we are working in order to increase the recycled content from 10-15% right now as an average to more than 30% by 2030. And to be able to do that, we absolutely need to close the loop. That's really shifting from this linear economy to a circular economy, so that we can make sure that at the end of life of a floor, it is not sent to incineration or to landfill, but it is taken back into our recycling center to be used and replace virgin materials. That's very important, because if you think about the floor, again, it takes a few days to manufacture it, few weeks to install it, but then it is used during many years. And coming back to the point about digitalization, this will be also a very interesting tool for us and for our customers, because when the lifespan of a product is 20, 30 years for some of our product, we need to trace them so that when there is a renovation in 20, 30 years, we have the possibility to very quickly understand what's in the product, what are the different components, can we recycle them, in what kind of product. So we need all this traceability to make sure that we maximize the use of this product at the end of life, instead of just making kind of fillers, which might be a low value compared with all the potential that a product would have at the end of life. And the beauty of that is that, at least I can talk about flooring materials, but the beauty of that is that circular economy and recycling, so if you really design so that you make sure that the product will be used again to produce floor at the end of its life, it's a very powerful leverage to reduce the carbon footprint as well. If you do the math, then you will come to the conclusion that we can save up to 60% of the carbon footprint of the flooring by really closing the loop. So for us, it's very important to progress quickly on these topics, because it's a very good way to manage properly resources, and we know that resources are limited. So that's the first topic, of course, and at the same time also reduce the carbon footprint of the product that we generate. So it's really a win-win approach that the circular economy offers for us.
Let me ask a slightly controversial question, because I'm just picking up a little bit on what Edgar said, that, you know, policy of governments is obviously important. I know with Tarkett that you're actually doing things in a sense ahead of policy, and that also happens sometimes with the private sector, which is great, and policy then catches up. But Edgar pointed out some limitations to policy, for example, in the US, that promotes larger and larger buildings for all kinds of tax breaks for rich people and things like that. Now, I mean, as companies, and Per, I'm looking at you too, because you've got your foot both in kind of two worlds, really, think tank, also a lot of consulting too. For Saint-Gobain or for Tarkett, surely you just want to sell more floors and more glass facades, right? So do you have an incentive in the kind of compact designed cities that Edgar's talking about? Or is there a tension between the selling of products versus the sustainability of the products? Because do you get my drift? I mean, it's a complex factor, this, isn't it? You're making cool stuff that will be circular, but you would like to sell more stuff. So what do we do with that dilemma?
Well, for me, it's not a contradiction. We need to be able to take back old glass and recycle it. And I think what governments should do, instead of putting in detailed legislation on housing that only twists the competition, is to ban like landfill possibilities, and make it possible for us to take the cost of taking back the used up glass, because our roadmap to carbon neutral glass goes via at least 20% of recycled glass. And I think recycling, like we talked about phones and mobile systems. The glass over the last 20 years has developed quite a lot in the way it can filter out, reflect back the heat into the room and take out the heat from the sun, so that a new glass is far superior to a new window is far superior to an old window if it's designed correctly. So that's a way of saying that we need to sell the new product and remelt the old product instead of reusing the old one, because the improvement is so vast.
That's a really good answer. Do you know what? We're getting very close to the end of the show, of this section. We've got timekeepers that talk to us in our ears. Maybe I just would like to ask Edgar for any reflection on what our wonderful speakers have said in terms of their contributions.
Yeah, I want to re-emphasize that actually the total size of the building stock is important. And if we keep the size constant, we can have a circular economy. As long as the size keeps growing, the economy will never achieve circularity. And the other thing is that what Oscar said about technology improvements is really important. I mean, we see that in our building energy models. Today, before you wanted to have small windows. Today, the window size is no longer so important in terms of the energy losses or energy gains in terms of heat gains, because you can control the energy transmission across the window so well. And so it's actually quite interesting to see this technological progress, and I would love to see more of that.
So thanks very much indeed. And I think in a sense, Oscar answered the question, which is, it's about selling newer and newer, more innovative designs with these various jigsaw puzzles that make up a building, because it's a complex structure, right? Rather than necessary volume. So it's not cheap and cheerful, vast volumes. It's reasonable volumes, but of products that are constantly catching up with the challenges that we face in the world in terms of climate change and environmental degradation. I'm being told that I have to wind up here. Thank you very much, everybody, and I hope you enjoyed the show. It was great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, let's welcome back Ingmar Rentzhog back on the stage.
I would like to... Yes.
In there, actually, because there was a bumper, so I'm just bumping in. It says, Ingmar, you talked earlier about chatting with our speakers and panelists. Has there been activity on the app so far?
Yes, the guest has been, the viewers has been very active. The speakers must step up, because I see a lot of questions they haven't answered yet. So we are going to reach out to them and nudge them to do it soon. They will, but the people we have brought to the show is very busy people.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing, because they are very occupied of implementing the solution. But I could just highlight a little bit what's going on here. As you can see here, it's a lot of conversations going on, and I think we have. I had a very, very good question here. I thought I was highlighting, but it's lost. It's too many.
There's just too many questions.
Too many.
But I think there was one, wasn't there, for our friend from the Exponential roadmap and other things. So questions pouring through. Ingmar, what about climate reviews? Have you seen any of those?
Yes, and I will actually like to showcase a Climate Lab. And it was a Climate Lab I created weeks ago, long before I know that we were going to have Tarkett as one of our speakers. Unfortunately, you told them to go home before I killed giving them. But I hope they are still watching the show. And it's a Climate Lab. I think I have it here. I hope I find it here. It's a Climate Lab about recycling of vinyl flooring. And Tarkett has only, by recycling, they have saved 530 tons in Sweden. And this could be scaled in all countries they operate, etc. So you can do things, but you need to do it. And I think those that are doing it, showing the way, deserves a lot of love.
Yeah, exactly. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, Ingmar.
We now move on to the next section of the broadcast with the title On the Move, Transitioning Transport. Transport worldwide accounts for perhaps over a fifth of global greenhouse gas emissions. The good news is that the electrification of transport is underway, and it can be increasingly powered by renewable energy. But is that really enough? What about the life cycle of a car, its design and also its end? Do we all need to have cars anyway? And what about other ways of getting around in a circular economy? Before we start, just a short message again to the Kenyan audiences watching this broadcast live on NTV. The TV broadcast will end at 3 o'clock Kenyan time, but it continues online for another 4 hours with a lot of great content, exciting speakers, etc. So keep watching. Please switch to the We Don't Have Time app in your phone or on your computer. So this is the message to our Kenyan watchers. First, in this segment, I'd like to welcome back up on stage one of the co-founders of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative.
This is Owen Gaffney. He's the co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, an accredited partner of the United Nations Race to Zero, and a founding partner of the 1.5-degree supply chain leaders at the SME Climate Hub. Owen is a global sustainability analyst and writer at the Stockholm Resilience Center and Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. Together with Professor Johan Rockström, Owen has written the book Breaking Boundaries, which was recently turned into a Netflix documentary with the same name.
Hi, Owen.
Hi.
So what excites you the most? What's happening now with mobility and innovation?
I think one of the things that excites me, and single ideas, and we have Frederica from Polestar on later, is the Polestar business model of by 2030 having a car that is 100% circular. I think that is visionary. That's, you know, this is the equivalent of Elon Musk's vision, I think, 10 years ago. But the other things that are really exciting me about what's happening in transport is, I mean, just in the last year or two, we've had 24 countries it's essentially putting end dates for internal combustion engines for cars and vans, and that is absolutely incredible. I mean, we couldn't have predicted that 5 or 6 years ago, and all those end dates are between 2030 and 2040. Many at that 2030 date, so that's a complete game changer, and we can see that in the the Munich car show just a few weeks ago. It's been rebranded as the Munich Mobility Show, and traditionally those big German car shows are like, this is the future of the industry, and it was quite clear there that the future of the industry is only electric. I mean, you could see a huge transformation from now to a few years ago. So we're heading really rapidly into the future. That's super exciting.
Indeed it is. So apart from this, what is surprising you the most about this transition to a more climate neutral mobility?
So I guess, one big surprise is in shipping, that Maersk, the biggest shipping company in the world, has said it's going to be net zero by 2050. I mean, I think that's the scale of that. A few years ago we were thinking about shipping as one of the hardest to transform sectors, and now we're seeing big players making some big progress there. So that's pretty exciting. We're seeing the same in the trucking industry as well, which is quite surprising.
So, Owen, how fast do you think we can see electricity scale? You always talk about scaling, the exponentiality of it all. How fast can it scale?
So there's been a bunch of predictions about how fast electric vehicles will scale, and some of them say, from the lowest predictions, we'll have 15% in the market by 2040, very low percentage. Just a few years ago, that was nearly a year or so ago, that was a prediction, and some saying much higher, 80-90% in the market by 2040. I think we can see how fast things are happening right now. In 2019, we sold less than 1 million electric vehicles. 2020, we sold about 2 million. In the first half of this year, we are selling 2.6 million electric vehicles. We know that traditionally it's the second half of the year you sell more vehicles, so probably something around this year in total, maybe 6 million. So things are really going. It wouldn't surprise me if it's even 7 million by the end of the year. And if you think we we sell about 70 million cars a year. So we'll be soon approaching that 10% mark and doubling every 2 or 3 years. I mean, so we're going to, the transition is going to be very, very quick. So there's going to be roadblocks on the way potentially, you know, how we're going to source lithium and some of the, you know, products used in electric cars that might slow things down. But generally, I'd expect the pace to be way beyond most expectations a year or so ago.
And we see many, many more charging stations being rolled out all over Europe, at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
So how about the effect of the pandemic on this mobility and climate aspect?
So the pandemic has been a real shock, you know, systems-wide shock in the economy, and it's had this really big effect, quite surprising effect on global transport, you know, from everything. I mean, first of all, it's changed business models and it's changed behaviors. And in some ways, there's no going back. You know, people don't want to do long commutes to work when they can show they can work from home just as effectively. Businesses can see a lot of advantages to keeping their staff happy and giving them flexibility and saving on money as well and carbon. So I think that in many ways, there's going to be no going back. So it has had a transformative effect. It's probably accelerated the transition by 5 or 10 years, to be sure.
So, Owen, you mentioned shipping. How about other difficult sectors like aviation and also heavy trucks? What do we expect from that transition in those industries?
Well, certainly with heavy trucks, we were expecting, you know, really that is tough to do. But you know, a couple of years ago, I was talking to Henrik Henriksson, the former CEO of Scania, who just said, kind of casually in a conversation, you know, if we can electrify trucks, you know, we could actually probably electrify the grid here in Sweden enough within 5 or 6 years, because 90% of trucks go up and down just, you know, 4 or 5 main roads, so the big highways, and they wouldn't be so difficult to electrify. And I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. And he says if you just got enough battery power in the trucks to just get them off those main roads to where they're going, the very small part of their distance, that should be doing it. And he wasn't fazed at all by the challenge. And now we see, you know, all truck manufacturers in Europe, you know, with Volvo, with Scania, with DAF, with MAN, all coming together and saying, yeah, we want to be net zero by 2040, which is incredible. And they say 2040 because, well, the world needs to be by 2050 if trucks have a lifetime on the road, so we should say 2040. So, you know, which is the good sort of responsible decision to take. So we're seeing big changes there. Less so in aviation. I mean, that's we're seeing some innovation there, but not nearly fast enough, though.
We have Heart Aerospace, the Swedish company, that they're actually aiming for quite soon having aircrafts on regular traffic. But is that feasible?
Well, on short hauls for small aircraft, yeah, we should be able to have that within the next decade, for 15 years or so. And we're seeing even in places, you know, electric helicopters are on the rise, and that's you know, and we're seeing a lot of demand for that to somehow beat congestion on the roads of places like São Paulo. There was an announcement yesterday on electric helicopters. But I mean, the solution to congestion isn't just building more congestion in the skies; it's somehow fixing the problem on the roads. So yeah, the problems have to be dealt with in that kind of systemic way.
We also see drones, delivery drones. Speaking of congestion in the air, what do you say about those?
Yeah, I mean, so there's so much potential with things like drone technology to support the transition, without doubt. But this has to be done in a systemic way and thinking through the unexpected consequences of this. Exactly, I mean, the congestion around it for sure.
And safety from all sorts of aspects. You mentioned Elon Musk initially when you just stepped up here on stage. Is he such a genius that people state he is, or what's your take on how, the importance of him sort of changing the trajectory of electrification, for instance?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly you know, there's the big narrative that he is the one person who's seen further than anyone else and created this big vision and driven that vision in an incredibly powerful way. I would say he wasn't the only person to see that. I'd say there's thousands of people saw that this is the direction we had to go. I would say more more argue that I'm surprised that the CEOs of the big automobile manufacturers are still in their jobs. I mean, I think they have been a decade behind the times, and I'm sure Elon cannot believe how slow everybody has been off the mark there. So it's really disappointing how slow those companies have been to get off the mark, but they're getting there now. So I wouldn't describe him a genius in that way. In another way, in the way he has this way of using capitalism to shift everything towards his vision, to shift huge sums of money towards his vision, I must admit, it's pretty impressive. Not just in the cars, but in becoming a multi-planetary species and getting people on Mars, etc. He's doing okay.
He's doing okay. Well, thank you for joining us again here on stage, Owen Gaffney. And it's fantastic to see what the exponential perspective can bring to the table.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let's now talk to three other specialists in a panel conversation. With me, I'm honored to introduce Fredrika Klarén. She's head of sustainability of Polestar. She's a firm believer in the role of business as a catalyst for sustainable development, and she has also held sustainability positions over the past decades at IKEA and also at the Swedish fashion retailer Kappahl. Fredrika joined Polestar in April 2020 to drive the company's sustainability ambitions forward on issues such as climate neutrality, circularity, transparency, and inclusion. Welcome, Fredrika Klarén.
Thank you.
And with me, I'm also very happy to introduce Robin Chase, founder of Zipcar. Robin Chase is co-founder and former CEO of Zipcar. That's the world's leading car-sharing network, as well as co-founder of Venia, a network company that moves terabytes of data between vehicles and the cloud. So in 2019, she co-founded her first nonprofit, Numo. And Numo is a global alliance to challenge the opportunities presented by new urban mobility technologies to build cities that are sustainable and just. So, warm welcome to Robin Chase. And with us, we also have Carly Gilbert-Patrick. She sort of shared the road, global program lead at UNEP, and she manages the UNEP team for active mobility, digitalization and mode integration, working with countries around the world to decouple mobility from increasing emissions. And she's been working in the field of sustainable mobility for about 15 years in the areas of active mobility, road safety, bus rapid transit, congestion charging, low emission zones, bike sharing systems, and digitalization. So warm welcome to Carly Gilbert-Patrick. So I'd like to turn to you here on stage. Great to see all of you here. First, I'd like for you to reflect on Owen Gaffney's interview here on stage. Would you like to start, Fredrika?
Absolutely. I loved hearing Owen describing this amazing development that we are now seeing when it comes to electric vehicles. And I agree, it is amazing to be a part of this EV revolution. But we also at Polestar so clearly see and are a bit frustrated about that the transition is not happening fast enough. Even though we see growth, we still see that we're just a marginal player on the global car stock. So we really want to talk about how can we speed up this transition so that this climate solution that electric vehicles really are, I think we're going to get into the numbers later, so that we actually can tap into that during the 2020s and not see it as a tool for the 2030s. And how can we secure that we produce them in a sustainable way, and also that we don't try to really secure that all the fossil fuel cars are replaced by an electrical vehicle, because that will not be sustainable at all.
Thank you, Fredrika. Carly, you are impatient too. I know that for sure. What's your take on Owen's presentation?
Thank you. Really inspiring, Owen. Thank you. Lots of food for thought. And I think what really struck me is this realization that we're in the midst of a mobility disruption, a gear shift, if you like, a real change in thinking is needed. And I think for the first time, this kind of majority acceptance that we need to transform how we think about the earth, about how we use resources, and that we just cannot keep taking and taking and taking. And I think the other thing that it made me think about is, you know, sometimes we want these kind of advanced solutions, but sometimes the most simple, straightforward, oldest solutions are right in front of us. And I know we'll get to talk more about that in a few moments. Thank you.
We will. Robin, your thoughts, please.
Yes, I was reflecting that when Owen was talking, and governments around the world were all wanting to say, yes, EV is the path forward. It's definitely part of the path forward, but we're not going to achieve our CO2 goals if we don't shift people from vehicles to those other things. And we're not going to solve all the other problems that come with our existing transportation problem. So while we're transforming the world, which is happening right now, we need to also solve multiple problems, not just CO2 emissions.
I'd like to stay with you, Robin. The connection to disruptive technologies that we spoke of in the previous section, it's strong, of course. But do we rely too much on these technologies and disruptive factors and focus too little on the human part, the human behavior in all of this?
Right. I feel like that has been the core of my work, is not looking at the vehicle, but how are people going to use that vehicle? What does it imply to them? And we know that right now we've built out our entire infrastructure to make cars the simple and easy choice, completely reducing the viability of going by other modes. And that has caused huge problems to date. And if I think about EVs as the perception of our only choice, it means that we're doubling down on this broken system where people are unable to safely travel other ways. So I love technology, and it enables us to become multimodal. I would say that is profoundly true, and multimodal in that we can choose to walk or to bike or to take transit or take a car, but to be able to choose the right vehicle for each particular trip. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you, Robin. My colleague Nick mentioned that we're all parts of the jigsaw puzzle. Fredrika, when you listen to Robin talk about behavior changes and Polestar's traction in this field, could you elaborate on your view here?
Absolutely. We believe that we cannot simply rely on destructive technologies to solve this. I agree with Robin, we have to look to the power of behavioral changes as well. And we at Polestar, we would like to see ourselves as a player in a new, more circular mobility ecosystem. And we try to think of designing our cars to have a place in another, better way of moving about that is more dynamic and where you have a diverse set of ways of, and also safe ways of moving around. So I think that what we do when it comes to transparency around cars can really promote behavioral changes in the way that it empowers the consumers to understand the impact that cars have. We have declared a footprint for the car you see behind me, Polestar 2. It rolls out of the factory gates with a footprint of 26 tons. And we really want to make sure that our consumers and our customers are aware of that they come with a depth and what they can do to secure that it stays as low as possible by charging green, but also that by using the car, really securing a high utilization degree, you can actually secure that we also don't overproduce cars. And I just think that the way we work with being transparent toward consumers hopefully will enable this behavioral change that we will see.
Thank you, Fredrika. I'd like to stay with you. You are claiming to, you brand yourself as the first truly climate neutral car.
No, it's not climate neutral
no,
today.
I just said that when I looked at my script card, that's not going to be possible, of course. You just said 22 tons, but you brand yourself as really being cutting edge in this field. You mentioned transparency. In terms of really making this happen in factories, and how do you really get to the goal that you're really working towards?
Yeah. So I think what you're talking about is the moonshot goal that we have set out for ourselves,
Yes.
and that Owen also spoke about, that we want to create a climate neutral car by 2030, which means that the 26 tons that we see today for Polestar 2, cradle to gate, when it rolls out of the factory, for Polestar 0, that will be 0. And that means that we have 8 years of a lot of research, a lot of advanced engineering, a lot of working with our suppliers to secure that the 20,000 plus components going into a car all can be produced with 0 emissions. And that will take all of the nerdiness that we have, and design, sensibility, and love of innovation and technology to really secure this. And we're going to be fully transparent in this journey. We really want to be guiding stars in the industry. So whatever solutions we find, we want to spread them. And we will bring our consumers and customers along for this. We will declare footprints for all of the coming models. And when we get to Polestar 0, they will see on the declaration that it has a 0 carbon footprint. That's our goal.
It's a goal.
Can I just add one
Absolutely,
point
Robbie.
there?
Go ahead.
When we talk about the debt that a car comes with, and how that we want to make good use of that vehicle in order to make good use of that carbon debt, I like that idea. And I'd like to just make sure that we know overtly what that means is we need to have multiple people sharing that car. We need to have as many people as possible in that vehicle, because you want to get the CO2 emissions per passenger kilometer that includes its entire life cycle spread across as much transportation as we want. And what we wouldn't like is that one person drives it all the time by themselves to draw down their debt, right? We want to make sure the car is full and that as many people as possible can use it, so that we're making good use of that debt that comes with a multiple ton vehicle.
But we have to get there before 2030, right, Robin? We cannot wait for that to happen before 2030. I mean, cars stand still 96% of the time today in 2021. So Polestar 0 project will aim to reduce the emissions and get those down to 0 when it leaves the factory gates. But I hope to see a lot of solutions to get the utilization rates up before we reach 2030.
Excellent, thank you. Carl, I'd like to turn to you. We talk about circularity and climate today here. In terms of materials, circularity, and the mobility sector, how do we maneuver around? For instance, how do we address the topic of batteries and rare minerals? This is huge. From your perspective, what are the main sort of goals we have to set here?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very tricky topic. And I think, first of all, we have to accept that none of the solutions we have right now are necessarily perfect. But what we do know is electric is the way to go. And, you know, at UNEP, we have a global electric mobility program working with over 50 countries to support them in their transition to electric. And part of the program and part of what we're working at is how to make those batteries as sustainable as possible, and looking at the battery life, how they're used, how they can have a second life and a third life. And I think what, like Frederica said, we have to be transparent and we have to be open, and we have to accept that there is no perfect solution. And I think, going back to something that Robin said, that yes, of course, there will always be a need for cars. And, you know, one of the questions I get asked a lot is, do we even need them? And I always say, you know, I love my car, but I also love walking, and I also love cycling. And there is no one solution. And we need a system, and we need to give consumers choice. You know, I spent most of my adult life growing up in London, and I never drove. I never owned a car. I never even was able to drive. As soon as I moved to Nairobi, the first thing I did was learn to drive and buy a car and start driving. And it's the same Carly, right? So the reason is the options that were available to me in Nairobi were completely different than in London. So I think, as much as we focus on this global electric mobility transition, and rightly so, we need to equally put as much investment and priority and focus on other options. And remember that in much of the global south, up to 90% of citizens are walking and cycling. And actually, they will never be able to afford any car, and we need to keep them safe and protect them. And when they do have a bit of money, we want them to keep walking for short journeys and not jump on an emitting motorbike. So we need to do lots of things at the same time.
Thank you, Carly. I'm turning now to Robin again. Behavioral changes. I'd like to just go back to that a bit. How do we, I mean, you're a pioneer in this field with Zipcar. Are you seeing a more of acceptance of the sharing systems for cars, for mobility in a different perspective? I know the pandemic has really sort of put a big roadblock to this. What do you see ahead in this behavioral change aspect of being able to share cars and, well, mobility as a whole?
I guess I've had an epiphany recently. So number one, we need to make these options, finding them, paying for them, getting into them, all of the options, easy and convenient. And I think Zipcar did that. And I've always felt like that is a baseline criteria for living a multimodal life. But I have recently understood more strongly that we need to make space for these other options in their safety, that cars have now absorbed almost all the space in cities, all the rights of way, all the parking space, and we need to make mobility mode neutral cities, mode neutral options. And that will mean, to be absolutely honest, we need to start restricting the number of lanes, the amount of parking that cars get today, so that we can make bus rapid transit lanes, so we can make safe biking and walking lanes. That is how we create this optionality. So just making these other options easy and convenient is important and required, but it's not enough. And I guess I would point to the Netherlands, which I think is, for me, the apex of making walking and biking network as spectacular as possible, yet their kilometers traveled per person per year is as high as every other European country. So I said, whoa, you need more than just a great optionality. We need to restrict car travel as well.
I just want to give a wonderful example. I was moderating an event 2 days ago, and it was talking about my home city, Malmö, the south of Sweden, and the entire parking Malmö, the big entity in the city, they're now rebranding them completely as Mobility Malmö. So they're scrapping their 200-year-old name of Parking Malmö to Mobility Malmö, and they're totally refocusing on sharing, electrical vehicles, bikes, etc. And they're actually also building a parking garage 100% in wood, which is pretty cool. Speaking of decision makers in cities, I'm sure there are many of them watching here today. Fredrika, if you'd like to just talk straight to the camera and imagine that there are decision makers here. They could be in the Swedish government, you're Swedish, or the EU, or internationally, even higher up. What do you need to make the speed of what you're aiming to do increase?
I think we need to really level up on our courage now. This is so clearly about future-proofing ourselves as businesses. We at Polestar so clearly see that we're embarking, or we're in the transition into the fourth industrial revolution, which will be driven by sustainability and digitalization. So the train has really already left. It's just how quickly we will get there that is the question. So we need bold decision makers now, both from a policy perspective and in businesses as well. And I still see a lot of businesses, for example, in the car industry, investing in legacy technology. They are scared to really jump on the electrical vehicle transition. And I would just urge them to really be more bold. And we're not seeing commitments in line with actually the 1.5 degree pathway. I believe that we're in some kind of weird climate echo chamber, and we're comforting ourselves with saying that, oh, we're committed to becoming net zero in 2040, and the UK is banning the sales of fossil fuel car in 2030. But if you look at the numbers, it's not cutting it. It's not enough. We actually think, from Polestar's point of view, that we need to ban sales of fossil fuel cars by 2025 in the main markets, the G20 markets. So bold decisions from decision makers, and yeah, That's my message.
Thank you very much, Fredrika. I'm turning now to Carly. You are part of a big organization that has a lot of power, of course, but even so, please just from your heart, what do you need to make your work and your goals happen faster?
I think that the first thing is we need to accept and be honest that the science is clear. We keep talking about needing more evidence and more data, but actually it's clear the science is there. We are in the midst of a triple planetary crisis. It's affecting the climate, it's affecting nature, it's affecting pollution. We can't just keep on with business as usual. It's not working. We can't wait for 2025, 2030. We need to change now. And one of the things that we can really do that is so straightforward and does not cost much is protect and promote active mobility, walking and cycling. It has to be part of the solution.
Thank you very much, Carly. And Robin.
I admire and agree with my co-panelists here that it is all about bold decision-making and moving. I think about the idea of how do we evolve as quickly as we can with what we have. So it's going as fast as we didn't even imagine is possible. And this multimodal lifestyle where we do go by walking and by foot is a requirement for us to achieve our CO2 goals. And it can be done very quickly. Very quickly, we can be restriping. I love the idea of 2025 as a goal when we sell no more fossil fuel cars. And to think a lot about in this transition to electric vehicles, which we are all kind of consumed with, is we want to electrify immediately right this second, and government should do it out of the gate, the intensively used vehicles. So every delivery vehicle, every taxi, all cars, school buses, those are the ones we need to go first and to give more space to these active modes.
Thank you, Robin. Just a final reflection here also. Pressure from citizens and from people buying or sharing cars. I remember when I bought or rented at least a fully electric car 6 years ago, my colleagues, my friends said, "Are you crazy? You can only drive 150 kilometers." But I said, well, somebody has to do it, take the steps, and we see this in more and more that people are we have to really act on this. And Fredrika, from your point of view, from Polestar, for consumers, companies and private consumers, how should they sort of think about this? It's not really an option. You don't get the anxiety of reach any longer, especially not with your models. But in terms of stepping a little bit out of your comfort zone as a consumer of mobility and cars, the car section, what can you say to them?
Yeah, I mean, I've driven electrical vehicles now for 8 years. It's so easy. It's so fun. I just wish that everyone can understand that. I have come to the conclusion. I've worked with sustainability for 10 years. Now I understand that it's really up to the individuals. Companies and policymakers, they do exactly what customers and voters tell them to do. So it is really up to each and every one of us to change and to really put more pressure and to be really outspoken on what you want. When you go to purchase a car or just anything, use your consumer power. It is so powerful. And also, just lastly, there are actually apps out there to share cars. We don't have to come up with this in the industry. It is something that is accessible today for everyone. You can just download an app if you're just curious and you are bold enough to make that behavioral change.
And we need more bold politicians and consumers. And speaking of apps and consumer pressure, I will now invite back Ingmar Bentzag on stage. But you please stay on stage, stay on Zoom. You're on my stage, so I say Zoom. And here's Ingmar. Welcome back.
I have an ID to Polestar to demonstrate that is posted on in the We Don't Have Time app. Let me see if I can find it.
During the broadcast?
I think it came in. Yeah, I think so. We'll see here. Or it was 7 hours ago, so it was before the broadcast. But what it's all about. It's a climate ID to Polestar, and it's about that you should cooperate with Zipcar and integrate a car sharing app into the car from the beginning. People could just buy a Polestar and they could start earning money by having it parked outside, and they don't have to lend the key to anyone. It just works digitally. And by listening to you here, I think you should continue the conversation, because I think you have something there, actually. And you have the consumer, they want it. As you can see here, 49 people wants to buy this, and now it's 40.
So go and continue liking this, maybe you might convince. So Fredrika, what do you say about this climate idea?
Well, it's great that I know Robin now, since we have this great business opportunity. Well, for us, the technology is in the car. I mean, we have this interesting Google interface in the car, which can absolutely enable downloading apps like this in the future. So without saying too much, it's super interesting. Yep.
I would add to that, she's right, that these things exist right now. And so I was thinking, as we were having this conversation, that individuals, when they go to buy their car, which I'd like them to think hard about, we always buy the largest car we will ever need in the whole year. We think, okay, in August for my 1 week's vacation, I need this big thing. So I would like people to focus on what do they need 90% of the time or 95% of the time? And for that small, that one trip, that 2 trips a year, for them to go rent a car. And I bet they would save money over their whole year's expenses. And just the idea that your one vehicle has to do every possible thing and then we buy too much, that we need to buy what we need for most of our life. And then in this multimodal sense, I can go rent a car at another time. So there are apps to exist to buy cars, and we have to get to share cars, and we have to get in the mindset of it's not one size fits all. I can choose different things seamlessly.
Thank you. And Carly, from where you're located, how would this be changing the traffic situation if you could have electrical cars, Polestar cars, for instance, to be shared easily in your city?
Right, I'm going to be really honest. So where I am situated, 70% of the people are walking. And they will be lucky if they could maybe afford a bicycle in the next 12 months. So from where I'm sitting, I'm really bothered about stopping these crazy road fatalities, children dying on the streets because they can't cross the road safely. And yes, of course, I see the benefit and the value of car share. And when I'm in Europe, that's exactly what we do. But right now, I just need safe sidewalks for the people that I'm trying to support in countries all over Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And it's really tough because all of this focus is elsewhere. And I'm just trying to pull it back for the majority. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing your very important perspective. And for Robin and Fredrika, well, to be continued. Your conversation about this will hopefully be fruitful. Thank you, Carly, and thank you, Fredrika, and thank you, Robin, for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Before the next section in this broadcast, let's see what's happening when climate anxiety meets 80s style synth pop.
Yeah, well, I must say, I enjoy a bit of music like everybody else, and so I think it's a warm welcome to the Climate Zombies, an 80s electronic music to soothe your climate anxiety. I think we have to ask the question, why do you call yourself the Climate Zombies?
Yeah, the story is that this is the first song I ever wrote, and I thought I liked the 80s, and we had the Cold War, and every song had a rather dark side of it. And I focused on what's the big problems today, and it's the climate crisis. So I thought that would be a nice thing to write about, because people don't think about it, but it's there and it's ongoing.
Yeah.
So what can you do? Just wrote a song. And when I uploaded, you had to write a name for the band. And I didn't know what to write. So I wrote Climate Zombies, because the song was called We Are Climate Zombies.
Sounds like a perfect mix there. So I think we're actually going to have a little listen to the song, if that's all right with you. Can we play the Climate Zombie song?
That's
Great.
okay.
Thanks, guys.
Together, walking to the end, a long way to go and no chance to turn around. We can go alone, but everyone is following, like zombies in a row, searching the right way. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. It's our own choice and no one wants to change. We got to use our minds, it will save the world. You can see the storms and you can feel the wind, and stronger it will be until you make a change. 'Cause we are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world.
Enligt SMHI kan det bli mycket kraftiga regn idag i främst Dalarna och Hälsingland. På vissa håll kan det komma ända uppemot 60 millimeter. 60 millimeter regn. 60 millimeter regn.
In everything we do, let's talk about the things so we can change our minds. Maybe it's too late, we got to do the right, and don't give up the fight and crush the mental chains. We are climate zombies, walking to the end, and we are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end, and we are climate zombies to the end of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world. End of the world. End of the world. We are climate zombies, walking to the end. We are climate zombies to the end of the world.
Wow. Well, I don't know if you could see me, but I don't know if you see me. I was dancing along to that one. Thanks a lot to the Climate Zombies. Really great song. I'm of a generation that the 80s worked very nicely for me, and the 70s too. So let's move on now to our next segment of the show. We're calling this session 9 to 0, which I have to say means someone in the team who does a bit of the writing, maybe a Dolly Parton fan, remember the song Working 9 to 5, But it's about the world of work, and our keynote speaker for this segment is focused on guiding governments and businesses on how to maximize the employment opportunities offered by the circular economy, thereby ensuring a transition that is positive for work and for workers.
Meet Esther Goodwin-Brown. She leads the growth and strategic direction of the Circular Jobs Initiative at Circular Economy, which connects and empowers a global community to create the conditions for transformation towards the circular economy. The Circular Jobs Initiative guides governments and businesses on how to make the most of employment opportunities offered by the circular economy, ensuring a transition that is positive for work and workers.
Great, Esther. Thank you so much for being with us on this from the circular economy. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. So what I'd like to do is start by taking you all on a journey and turning my lights back on in here. A journey that shows you how we've designed the world around us and what this means for the people working in it. So let's imagine it's 6:30 in the morning. A single mother of three leaves home and waits for the bus to go to work. After a 2-hour journey, she arrives at the factory and begins work. Her work day on the assembly line typically lasts for 12 hours. No talking's allowed, neither are mobile phones or standing up or even drinking water at her station. The day's task is to assemble the back of smartphone covers. The quota is 600 per day. That's roughly 1 per minute. At the end of the day, she gives in her timesheet, which shows but massively underestimates the amount of overtime she's worked that week. But she knows that without at least declaring some of this overtime, she'll not make the living wage that she needs to provide for her family. Let's fast forward a month to the other side of the world. The phone this woman helped to make is sold. After just a few months, a different part of the phone breaks. But because the phone company doesn't issue replacement parts and the cost of repairing the phone outweighs the cost of buying a new one, the phone is thrown away. In a matter of months, the work of this woman and the hundreds of others that helped to mine the raw materials that went into it, to build it, transport it, and to sell it, is thrown in the trash. And I'm sorry to say that this is the reality for the vast majority of value chains around the world and how they operate today. People, their time and their skills, along with the world's invaluable raw materials, are not being used efficiently and often going to waste. This is all part of what we've come to know as the linear economy, the economic system that we all work and live in today. And it's the spillover effects of this system that are impacting people and the planet. And what do some of these impacts look like? So not only deforestation, environmental pressures, and global heating caused by extraction, production, and transformation of goods, but unequal access to wealth, inequality, in-work poverty, and a growing number of people working in precarious jobs. And what's most worrying, around 90% of total CO2 emissions created globally come from 10 industries that account for just 16% of total employment. So we can all see the maths really isn't adding up as it should do. At Circular Economy, we believe it's time to redesign our economy and become more circular, keeping materials in circulation for as long as possible while putting people at its heart. We know that people in work now and in the future, from bioengineers to truck drivers to teachers, are the main vehicle we need to help us change our course. So what does the world of work look like in a circular economy? For a start, work is centered around activities that are labor rather than material intensive. So in other words, they involve more people and their know-how than they do raw materials. For example, instead of just one person being employed to incinerate 10,000 tons of used goods, like in the linear economy, reusing the same amount of materials could create 296 jobs in a circular economy, involving anything from jobs in logistics to quality assurance, cleaning, marketing, sales, and getting these pre-loved products out back into society. In a circular economy, the woman I introduced earlier would no longer work to create one smartphone case after the other. Her company could adopt a service model and lease phones so that it's easy to have them repaired, making it easy to have them fixed or upgraded, including parts like cameras and batteries. She might be trained to repair phones, to find solutions for new parts and build them out of secondary materials. She would be constantly learning as technology and solutions for how to reuse materials come into the market. All of this meaning her job becomes more varied, draws on her full range of skills, and meaning her daily work is contributing to a regenerative system that's working to design out waste rather than a continuous conveyor belt of production and disposal. Moving away from our current dysfunctional system sounds surprisingly simple, doesn't it? Let's mimic nature and reuse what we already have. Redesign our systems so that everyone has a role and work not only provides for our basic needs, but contributes to this better world we're all striving for. But if it's that simple, you may ask, why haven't we already made this change? And it's because there are some major barriers in our way. Many decision makers don't understand the benefits that the circular economy can bring or how to make it a reality. And so COP26 is a vital time to bring this to their attention. But there is good news. The circular economy is gaining traction around the world. More governments and businesses every day are beginning to see it as a serious alternative to our current linear system, and recognizing the opportunities it provides to create jobs and reimagine the way that we live and work. The Dutch social enterprise Fairphone, for example, creates a phone based on modular design. It's easy to repair, they have a subscription model, and which is paired with a take-back system, which incentivizes the company to make products that last. We need to give initiatives and business like this a massive boost so that they can grow and provide the services and jobs that we need at scale. Achieving this kind of massive scale systems change will require a paradigm shift. And ultimately, it comes down to the fact that we need to change the way that we value our resources and the world around us. And this includes placing much more value on different types of jobs, like trades and low-tech jobs in our increasingly high-tech world. One way we can do this is by investing in our people, being clear now about where we want to go from here and upskilling people so that they can come on this journey with us and take up and thrive in their jobs as companies and sectors shift to a more circular economy. So we know the solution, but what we at Circular Economy are doing to make it a reality. We're working every day with business leaders, educators, and policymakers to give them access to data on the opportunity and show them how to use it. We've designed digital tools that show how the circular economy provides opportunities for our workforce across sectors and geographies. We map where the jobs are that are driving the circular economy. And most of all, we work to put people, as well as the planet, at the heart of our economy. Shifting from a linear to a circular economy and achieving net zero by 2050 won't happen by accident or overnight. And so we really all do need to work together to make living and working in a thriving circular economy a reality for everyone. Thank you so much, and back to you both in the studio.
Well, Esther, that was tremendously interesting. And I know a hard needle to thread, actually, this story, but you did it very well and it was absolutely fascinating. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And I mean, it is true, I think, from studies with renewable energy, how many more jobs are created in that versus fossil fuels. So there's lots of evidence there as well. And organic agriculture being another super example. Esther, after this keynote from you, and we'd like you to stay with us, we are going to bring some people on because we can't cover the whole world of the circular economy and employment. So we're going to focus on digitalization and that kind of area. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, clearly some jobs like firefighting, you know, being a fire person is not going to go online. But do you think that online is also part of this story of the circular economy and people moving forward in the 21st century?
Absolutely. I mean, the circular economy and the impacts it's having on the labour market is happening alongside the major trends that we've been seeing for a long time around digitalisation and automisation. And this movement to us all working online from social distancing has obviously accelerated that need and the need for us all to not only have, you know, basic digital skills, but in many cases, quite advanced digital skills to get by as we are. So absolutely, these trends are cross-cutting and contribute to each other.
And a last question, which I know Katerina wanted to ask, but I'm going to ask it, which is, Okay, if we're going to reduce waste, what does this mean for more jobs in areas like repair rather than waste disposal? And I like that because the Japanese used to have something called the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, and something else. And I said it should be the 4 R's. You should include repair. Is repair a big part of the story?
Absolutely. And I mean, in definitions of the circular economy, it's often about saying, let's design out waste entirely. So ideally, recycling is the last option, and we're remanufacturing, we're reusing and repairing things. And actually, you find the further you move away from waste disposal and remanufacturing towards repair and reuse, the more jobs that you create. So absolutely.
Great. Thanks a lot, Esther. We're going to have 3 panelists on. If you want to stay with us, that would be great. Up to you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
That way so we can see Esther. Is she up there? Where's Esther gone? I think that's fine. That looks nice, doesn't it? Can the cameras see them all? Super. All right. Good. So now I want to introduce our panelists. As Esther has outlined, there are many ways we could look at this section, but we decided to look at the online world and its contribution to climate action and circular working. Let me introduce first Dr. Pernilla Jonsson. She is head of Ericsson's Consumer and Industry Lab, which looks at what connected intelligence means to people, different industries, and society. Pernilla has worked with innovation, market strategy, business development for multinational companies for over 15 years, and she is a board member of WASP-HS, and that means the Wallenberg Foundation of Artificial Intelligence Research in the humanitarian and society context. Wow. In 2015, she launched a book on the digitalization of the purchasing process, The One-Click Revolution, which earned the honorary prize as Sweden's Marketing Book of the Year in 2016. I'm still trying to write my book, and you've already got a prize. It's a damn shame. We're also delighted to have Henrik Byström, business group lead at Microsoft Sweden, who is deep into the concept and the practice of hybrid working for its customers and society generally. But also how Microsoft can decarbonize the way its operations operate to ensure that the company meets some very ambitious climate targets. And there was a very interesting thing today in the Financial Times on hybrid working, with people saying they keep forgetting their chargers and things like that because they're not sure in the office or in the home. But that was another story. And we're also pleased to have with us Sasha Giglione. Is that okay?
Giglione, yes.
Fantastic. He is the CEO and the member of the board of directors of the Swiss green IT manufacturer Prime Computer. Sash is also a board member of the European Technology Chamber and the Climate Action Commission, where he fosters awareness and supports the use of European technology to reach the UN's sustainability goals globally. Okay, so panelists. First question, we're doing this standard in all the panels. You've heard from Esther, from the circular economy. Do you have any reflections on what she said?
Well, I actually think that digitalization is one of the great opportunities to actually transform the world as we know it right now. Our CEO, Börje Ekholm, says that the climate challenge is not a challenge, it's the challenge that we all have to face now and that we all have to work together to actually solve in the future. Yeah. And we need to act now, not later.
Anybody else interested in what, I mean, interested is not the question. Did you find something in it that you wanted to respond to?
I was reflecting over the discussion about waste and so forth and what difference we can do there. And actually, I mean, at Microsoft, we are not taking a race to zero. We're actually taking the race to negative. So what we, one example of that is the product actually that we launched yesterday, the new mouse that is coming out, that we have taken waste from the plastics in the ocean and actually created a recycled plastic mouse in that way. So that is one way of in how hardware can actually change.
Yeah. Sasha, yeah.
I fully agree. So we need to get away from the linear system, make waste and get into the circular economy. And that's what this day is all about, I think.
So just for the viewers, just to say that this panel is constructed in a way that is trying to look at, say, the world of work and circularity and the online world, because we can't cover everything, it's such a big topic, but also to look at the things that we use in the online working world, which is where Sasha comes in with Prime Computer, just so the viewers understand the logic behind all this. Okay, so we are all of us, whether we are working from home or on the move or in an office, experiencing online employment, which seems to be good for the environment and the carbon footprint, and good for jobs, hopefully, too. And one reads almost every day about companies that are revising their travel plans, flying to meetings seems a bit, you know, like a distant past. There'll be a bit of that going on, but not as much as before. So I just want to say in this chat that we want to have a bit of a glimpse into your thoughts about the online working world, but also a bit of science fiction as well, because I know you've got a bit of science fiction in your back pocket there, Pernilla, that it's going to make the experience of working in this world, this online world, attractive. So let me first go to Pernilla. I was fascinated with something you said to me on the phone the other day, and I think I got this right, that you think surveys of customers that you've done around the world and clients or customers have often said people want to do something about climate change. They want to do something, but they're not sure what it was. But now, because of the pandemic, they've realized what it is. It's working online. It's working at home, maybe. Was that one of the ideas that was coming through some of your research?
Well, we have actually surveyed consumers for over 20 years about the threats that they see to society. And in that time, climate change has risen from a main concern from 10% of the world's consumers to 1 in 2, which is a major jump. And I think that this really says something about the level of concern one has.
Yeah.
However, when it comes to the awareness of what behaviors create sustainability, that awareness is not really there. Rightly, consumer says that not commuting to work is one of the best things that you can actually do for the climate, at least if your car is driven on gas, right? But eating meat is something that actually 84% of the consumers underestimate as a measure to fix the climate.
Right.
So we have a little bit of awareness job to do here around the practices that we can change.
Right, okay, that's interesting. Henrik, you told me a few days ago that a few years ago, Microsoft contributed to literally taking huge numbers of cars off the road in Stockholm. What has this pandemic taught us about that? What did you do a few years ago? And do you think that what is going in the online world and what you're actually producing as companies, etc., is going to actually increase the numbers of moments where we see increasingly less cars on the road and increasingly less people driving around?
Well, I think this is very interesting because if you look into the hybrid context that we are in at the moment, we at Microsoft Sweden, we have worked in a hybrid world in about 10 years now. And actually, back in the old days, 10 years ago, we had an event that we called the Work from Home Day, where we actually encouraged people to, for one day, stay at home, close your office, stay at home, it will work, we promise. And you know, that was in the good old days when you say you were working from home, right? So, but now, 10 years later, we see that it actually works. What we could see already back then was that as there were a lot of companies joining us in this work from home day, we could see that there was no traffic jams in Stockholm those days. One day of the year, there was no traffic jams. And when we now hit the pandemic and everyone realized that hybrid work is actually working, right? So we could see now that it has had a tremendous effect on the impact that we make on the climate. For example, we can see that the water is blue in Venice, and we can see that it's a blue sky above the urban cities, right? So, but also what we can see as a result of our journey, we are now a completely paperless office. We weren't that 10 years ago, but we have been so for 10 years. We have also seen that we have reduced our office space about 66%. So there is a lot of things that actually can have a great impact in this hybrid world.
I feel a bit guilty now. I've got all these cards here because you have a paperless office. But sorry, I'd rather need them just in case the teleprompter packs up. So, Sasha, so we're talking about online work. We've talked about the bigger picture of work in the circular economy. And now we're going to turn to you because you're involved in green IT. You're building computers, but also servers to actually be very climate friendly. And I think a little bit picking up on what Esther said, she mentioned a phone company that is trying to, is now has phones you can dismantle much easier and then bring them back into circularity. Give us a glimpse into what Prime is actually doing and what you're actually heading for, in a sense.
Sure. So circular economy is basically sustainability by design, and it should benefit all stakeholders and the environment, right? So eliminating waste or reducing the materials on a regular stage, but to be honest, what we need to think of is getting that back into the economy. So of the reusing stage. Now, if you take the whole aspect of the impact of what ICT actually has on the world, it is, I believe, underestimated. So ICT can have a reduction of 20% by 2030 of the CO2 emissions. And now, already today, ICT has 10% of the energy use, and it is estimated that 20% of the energy use in ICT will be in 2030. So we have a lot of potential that we can adapt and change. So if you look then on Prime Computer, and what we do is we adapt the aspect of circularity by design. So that consists actually of reducing CO2 emissions through the climate neutral aspect we take with us, but also in reducing energy consumption by up to 80%, reusing recycled material, but especially you need to look the way beyond and after, because the aspect is not just prolonging the aspect of creating those devices, but creating an ecosystem of reusing, second life cycle, and making it easy to repair and actually recyclable at all.
Yeah. So let's think, if workers are not going to be tempted back, I mean, people have short memories, right? A pandemic could go away, and then we all get back into the same working modes we had before. Hybrid working seemed a cool idea, but now all our bosses want us back in the office. How do we fight against that? How do we make the experience of being online really fascinating and interesting? I mean, what will holograms do for that? Smelling coffee on the other side of the world over your computer, will that make it so nice to be online that we will just fight against being dragged back to the office and whatever? Yeah.
Well, I'm so glad that you're talking about this, because this takes us right from the present into the shift to the future, right? Because today we live in a screen-based world, which is basically two-dimensional. But the next leap of the internet will be the three-dimensional internet, right? And there, we can take away a lot of the gadgets that we have today and really go into a digitalized mode. If we go into a world of mixed reality that is 3D-based internet, you wouldn't actually need to have a laptop. You could actually write on your laptop in the 3D kind of projection of the laptop, right? Which would be really good for sustainability. However, at Ericsson Research, we take this vision even further, and we say that probably by 2030, we will be able to digitalize all of our 5 senses for both sight and hearing, but also touch, smell, and taste. And this will actually enable us to communicate in a much more natural sense than we did in this screen-based world.
Okay. Tell me something, though. So maybe we can just expand it a little further. So there will be new experiences online. There will be a sense that, we're much closer to people a long, long way away, which probably means something for the aviation industry, but let's not go into that. But I wondered what about this whole, I mean, there used to be a dream in the 1990s when I was an old journalist on the Times newspaper in London. The BT, British Telecoms of this world and others talked about restoring the way we live through digitalization. In other words, that we could actually live in rural areas, for example, and the whole city scouts hut could be converted into a co-working space, and then you could walk your kids to school, you could walk to the shops, you could not be spending long times commuting. Are you seeing, as a result of digitalization and that sort of thing, but also as a result of the pandemic, people, in a sense, moving out of cities into the rural areas a bit more and starting to reconnect with a different kind of life, a rural life? I ask this question because, you know, we are now more urbanized than we've ever been before, and the progression of urbanization has gone very fast even now in the developing countries. But are people returning to land? And is the computer and digitalization IT changing the dynamics of those areas?
We actually already see that. I have a lot of examples in that, and we are doing a study now that we are launching soon in Sweden here, where this is a fact. But that is not only the effect of that you can move out to other area, but that is also very powerful for the company, because now you can hire the most skilled people independently of where they are, right? So, so for the organizations, it's super important that you can actually be more powerful and create better results as your company grows in skills. So it's an opportunity for the companies in that way as well. And on the question if our bosses are actually forcing us back, I think that will actually self-solve, because we can see from the studies.
It was meant to be a little bit of a joke.
Yeah, sure. but what we can see is that the studies shows that we want to continue to work in this way, because we have seen the values of it, but we also want to be in the office. So that is sort of a hybrid paradox. But what we can see is that the bosses tend to, on a more a higher level, wants to go back to the office, but on the other hand underestimates how much we as employees want to return to the office.
Yeah.
So there is a hybrid paradox, because some people really enjoy, for example, focus work from home, and someone does that from the office.
Right.
So we will work in a hybrid context. That is a fact, and we need to prepare for that. That journey is going now, and we need to prepare all facilities, people, and processes to really land in this, so we can achieve this.
I'm going to come to Sasha in a minute, but I wanted to go back to Esther, because there were a couple of interesting things that came up there, and maybe this is more of us just chatting about it, really. But so Pernilla was talking about almost dematerialization of the IT equipment, and I'll come back to that in a session, Sasha, as well. The dematerialization, which sounds fantastic, but then on the other side, what happens to jobs then? You know, if there aren't computers to repair. Makes me sound really old-fashioned. Somebody would have said it's the same of, you know, putting horseshoes on horses, right? The horses are going to go, and you'll have no horseshoes to put on horses, so you'll be out of work. But I mean, is that an issue? Dematerialization leads to no work, or is it a job killer or a job winner? I don't know.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, none of us can see and have a crystal ball and definitely know this for sure. But when we look at, you know, the Industrial Revolution and all of the advances we've had in technology in the last 100 to 200 years, those have only ever created more jobs.
Right.
And so the feeling is that although it's an unknown, so that can make it seem scary, actually, most likely it will bring around more employment opportunities. But obviously, every shift will mean jobs are needed in different sectors, and then we come the challenge of how do we move people across. But I also thought it was very interesting to come back to that, you know, the 5 senses that we might suddenly all be getting digitally, and then we don't need to be in the office together. Because I also think it's interesting to go back to the point you made around, you know, this isn't the case for everyone. Lots of us have been working in the safe harbor of our houses for the last 2 years, but for many people, their jobs aren't feasible in that kind of a context. And so it'd be interesting to think how these new technologies and these 5 senses could also support those professions in receiving some of those benefits that we're all seeing, as we all agree, from working more flexibly.
Yeah.
I actually do think that we will still go to the office, because it's the social aspects that we kind of lack. So I don't ever think that we will actually demount the physical meeting between people.
Okay. Sasha, this concept, so you're building computers and servers with very low carbon footprints. You're trying to achieve a circularity of this equipment. I know that some of the equipment, it also helps in the developing world and many things. Is the long term, or even the medium term, the dematerialization of equipment? Do you see it that way, or will there always be a role for a physical, living piece of kit, as it were?
To give you a little bit of a context, 53 million metric tons of e-waste has been generated last year, and is expected to be 74 million by 2030 if we don't have a massive global change aspect there. And only 18% has been recycled. That's massive. And we need absolutely to make a change, because we consume, as I mentioned at the beginning, linear, take, make, waste. So that's one aspect of a circular economy where we definitely make a change. So obviously we have been forceful of putting that in aggregate solutions, not only through methods I mentioned earlier, but especially in looking on creating potential solutions in the take-back system. So not just creating the computers to be easy to repair and recycled, but looking on how to get it back through a blockchain or software opportunity. But in general, I think what we all have here in common, we need to have a behavioral change and mindset, not only in the companies, but also in the consumers and in the governments. And that's majorly important, because ultimately our goal should be to avoid and reduce CO2 emissions at all to a maximum, right? And that should be the ultimate goal, yes.
And with a just translation for labour. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop right now, because literally we've got 30 seconds and I have to wrap it up. So sorry, but it's a bit like a TV show. There's another show coming on afterwards about, I don't know, cooking or something. So thank you very much to all our guests and panelists. Thank you so much to Esther for that. We could have talked a lot more about that subject, you know, jobs in nature restoration and all kinds of other things. We chose IT and this sort of area. But I want to thank everybody for being on the show. And I hope you tune into our next broadcast, and we'll certainly watch what you're all doing. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye. Okay, so, and now we welcome back Ingmar Rentzhog on stage again, and that's fantastic. It seems that one of our app users has weighed in against one of the large tech companies in the world. Ingmar, tell us about that.
Yes, first I would like to give the one standing here free climate love, because what you're doing is important and it's great. But it's also that you bigger you are, you more responsibilities. And our app, for instance, we are using Apple as an infrastructure. That's how we dematerialize things. But the phone is actually something that is hardware, and that is every phone that you buy is emitting a lot of carbon. And I have an example here of a, we'll see here, a climate warning to Apple. Apple is a company, they're really big. They're starting to act on the climate. They're doing a lot of good climate action, like Microsoft, but they have also some problem. And something our community don't like at all is it's one thing to not do enough. It's understandable. We all are not doing enough for the climate. No one is perfect. But it's a whole other level if you're actively doing something that is bad. And I will say that what iPhone or Apple are doing with iPhone, they have patents so that no one else than themselves can repair it.
Right.
That is going to, I don't know, it's not a circular economy.
No.
So they need to stop that. I think they will, but hopefully they may do it a little sooner if everyone watching this scrolls down and agree on this climate warning. And I will also like to showcase how you could use the We Don't Have Time platform, because if you're curious about a company, you could also look up the company and go to their profile. And as you can see here, this is not what Apple are talking about. This is what our users are talking to Apple about.
About Apple, yeah.
And you can actually see that they have received 46% climate love and 34% climate warnings.
Right.
So they are better than worse, but they still need to improve. And you can see it's everything from green corporate lobbying to block climate action, but it's also reducing emission by 75% before 2030, and 200 million into climate solution fund, etc. So it's both climate love and climate warning, and that's often how it is. So we just need to scale down the warning and scale up the love.
Exactly. And up the ideas as well. That was a bit on the list, like 20%
exactly.
of ideas.
Like make
Maybe
your
they don't
phone
need
very
any more
easy
ideas.
to repair.
Yes, absolutely. That would be a good idea. Okay, thank you very much indeed, everybody. Thank you, Ingmar, very much for this. And thank you, our guests.
I feel like when you really know a problem, it's hard to ignore. Waste is a human thing. There's no other species on Earth that wastes things. It's just humans. Because we've put it there, it is our responsibility to fix the problem. And it's now the time to turn this around.
To date, We Don't Have Time has formed partnerships with more than 130 companies and organizations worldwide.
Works up. Quite a normal childhood, I guess, but it's good.
One of the latest, yes? Okay, that's not what the script says.
Restaurant with nowhere else to turn, I guess, and wash dishes. Through being told that I was stupid and I'm a failure, you know, multiple times by even teachers, created this chip on your shoulder. I became very ambitious to do something with real value, and so I began something of a food pilgrimage. So I went around the world to some of the best restaurants that had some sort of purpose, but unfortunately the reality was quite the opposite. It was criminal, some of the things that I witnessed. Just waste. I started to realize that the food industry is a complete disaster. It's unsustainable. Our expectations, our desires are unnatural. We need a new system. I opened Silo because I had a vision of a food system that was better, a food system for the future. Silo is a zero waste restaurant. Everything is designed from waste. And what zero waste means is we don't have a bin. To not have a bin, we go to farmers, to fishermen, to foragers, and we say, bring the food to us directly. And when you trade directly, there's no packaging. The food comes from nature as a whole ingredient. We maximize the resources to minimize the waste, and then the eventual waste that will occur get composted, and then that compost goes directly back where our food grows. It's that simple. If we want butter, we have to make it from milk. If we want flour, we have to freshly mill from wheat. This kind of food is alive, really alive, and when you create a system with no potential of waste, it's very easy. It's very easy to not have a bin. However, the only way I could describe the early years of Silo is moving through thick fog. There was no manual to a zero waste food system. No one had done it. Little did I know, it was going to be the hardest thing that I've ever done.
We can go that way or can go this way.
I realized the reality is that nature never gives you the same thing twice. So when you're dealing with a natural food system such as Silo, consistency is very difficult.
These are the broad beans. We can walk in a little bit, but I don't think they'll be ready in 2 weeks' time, Douglas.
Farmers are not the most punctual people in the industry.
I think another month.
We'd have services where we were praying that the farmer would come in any second with those lettuces. We used to grow mushrooms from coffee waste. It didn't work. We made our own soap and we made candles, to the extremes of using a coconut to scrub dirty pans. That would be the process, you know, failure, 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 sort of success, failure. Whilst we kept striking brilliant ideas, it would be like 1 in 100, and dealing with 99 failures was stressful. There's only so many knocks you can take before waving the white flag. For 3 years I was like, am I crazy? Is this gonna work? And then when I was like losing hope, boom, the volcano erupted. And it was so busy. It was amazing, and you know, we were holding it together. And then that's when it occurred to me that failure is instrumental in success. We need to fail to learn. And only through exploring and figuring out the territory did the fog start to clear. And I remember feeling really proud. It was always tough, but we created something really, really special. That was a sort of defining moment where I knew that we were going to be all right. When people call me idealistic, I think to myself, well, it is ideal, but ideal things aren't impossible. You know, silo is a reality. Silo works. Now we are officially Britain's most ethical restaurant. We are Britain's most innovative restaurant. Not only is it ecologically viable, it's economically viable. It serves delicious things and grows a culture of people that are more in tune with what needs to happen. My reason for doing this was to create change, but as time passes in Brighton, in this original origin for Silo, the progress slows down naturally. You know, change is slowing down. Silo is at its best when it's evolving, when it's developing. And so the way to accelerate change, the way to accelerate these ideas is to start in a new environment, to close Silo in Brighton and to move it and to re-establish the ideas and to repopulate a new culture and hopefully accelerate the movement.
All right, everyone to their battle stations. You're open.
200 years ago, every restaurant was a zero-waste restaurant. Waste wasn't a thing. I believe anywhere that serves food can adopt this idea. Very simple, very realistic model that works with nature and not against it.
Yes, thank you all so much for supporting Silo over the 5 years, and I hope you can join us for the next chapter.
It's going to be extremely difficult to leave these four walls, but it's what needs to happen. It's time to grow. It's time to make the next step.
To the future. The future's that way. The future's definitely over there.
There are so many problems in the world. There is so much to fix. Go out, you use your creativity, and you commit yourself, and then you can fix any problem. I was just a dyslexic school dropout, and I decided to apply what skills I had in an area which was begging for change. I feel like we can correct this. We have all of the intelligence, all of the creativity to do what's right. You know, waste is just a failure of the imagination.
Okay guys, all right, this is the opening of Silo London. Thank you all so much for all your incredible hard work. Let's have an amazing night. Let's do it.
So I want to thank the Climate Crisis Hub, an all-in-one hub for creative climate content and organizer of the Climate Crisis Film Festival, for bringing this film to our attention and sharing it with us so we could actually see it live on the show today. And it was a wonderful documentary, I'm sure you'll agree. And it's also a film by the England, Your England film, directed by Matt Hopkins. I think we needed to say that. I hope you sat back, and I hope you enjoyed it. It was fantastic. So how we feed ourselves in the 21st century is becoming a critical issue. With around 10 billion people set to be alive by around 2050, the question is, how can we farm, produce and consume food without damaging the climate, natural systems like forests and soils, and the planet's precious plants and animals? I'm very happy now to introduce our keynote speaker for this segment, a man well suited for this task.
Meet Olav Sjörven, Senior Director of Strategy at EAT, a non-profit dedicated to transforming our global food industry through science, disruption and partnerships. Olav led the Bureau for Development Policy of the UN Development Programme for almost 7 years. He played a central role in the complex and highly political process that led to Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. At EAT, Olav leads engagement on global policy arenas and guides EAT's science and knowledge initiatives for maximum impact on food systems, policies and practices.
Olav, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Nick. And thank you for this opportunity to take part in this incredible summit and to talk about food. Now, what's the problem in a nutshell? Well, our food systems are failing massively, both people and planet. 690 million people are chronically hungry. Diet-related illnesses are skyrocketing nearly all over the world. Food is almost 1/3 of our climate problem, and agriculture is the main threat behind 86% of species at risk of extinction. And adding insult to injury, we lose and waste around 30% of the food we produce. This has to fundamentally change during this decade of the 2020s. If not, humanity will suffer the consequences for decades and even centuries to come. 119. I do realize that this sounds like fire and brimstone, but let me tell you this. What all of this actually means is that our food systems, what we choose to put on our plates every day, what we produce and how we produce it, are actually a fantastic arena for tackling humanity's greatest challenges. And it is increasingly clear that we can all do this. The future is in our hands. So what do we do? What are the big shifts that we need? The first shift I want to talk about is about all of us and what's on our plates. And let me dive straight into one of the absolutely core issues at the center of much of this. We have about 1 billion heads of cattle on our planet. Though no fault of their own, they happen to release vast quantities of methane, one of the most powerful greenhouse gases. Moreover, farm animals consume 36% of the crops we produce and a large share of available water. Much of the conversion of rainforests and other natural land is driven by cattle ranching and feed production. And this is why it's so important to rein in excessive consumption of meat, and especially red meat. It's not a popular thing to say in some circles, but the science is clear here. It's not in any way the only thing we have to do, but by God, we really have to do that. And related to this, but also going beyond, the other side of the coin is really to eat much more of the good stuff, good for us and good for the planet. I'm talking shifting to more plant-rich diets, rich in vegetables, nuts, legumes, whole grain, fruits. There is definitely room here for animal protein, and as well, seafood, dairy, poultry, and yes, also red meat, but within means. The Eat Lancet Commission came out with a planetary health diet in 2019, and I urge all of you to check it out. But you may say, and you may ask, how do we bring about massive dietary shift, right? How do we make people eat differently? Now, let me mention three things here. First, all of us who have a real choice in the matter, we should take responsibility as consumers and as citizens. We can make changes in our food habits, and we should. And as more and more of us do, we will send a powerful message to the food industry and to governments, and things will start to change. Second, the burden certainly cannot fall on people alone.
I think you've got a bit of a bad connection there, Olaf. Yes, no, you're coming back.
Because why should it be so hard for people to make the right choices, right? Why should healthy and sustainable choices be costlier? Why should we be surrounded and inundated by aggressive marketing of all the bad stuff? And why should the food we encounter in our workplace cantinas, in schools and in hospitals not be good for us, good for the planet? And why are agricultural subsidies almost forcing farmers to produce more and more of what we should eat less of? Not to forget, why are almost all nationally determined contributions around the world silent on this matter? So there's a whole big menu here of policy changes that governments need to act on and that political parties should incorporate into their programs. Which brings me back to you and me, because we need to also use our voting power to drive change. Vote for parties and candidates with will, ideas, ambitions to secure our common future, transform food systems, achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you see no such candidates, if you see no such parties, maybe you should consider that a calling. And third, food companies must also get their act together. Though there are some exceptions here, most companies have a long way to go. Just this week, the World Benchmarking Alliance launched a landmark benchmarking of 350 of the world's most influential food and agricultural companies globally. And they found several things, but two examples. Only 26 companies set targets aligned with the 1.5 degree target. And 80% of companies have no statement or strategy to address accessibility and affordability of nutritious foods. Folks, this needs to change and fast. I believe one powerful lever of change here is finance. Just like energy finance is finally shifting towards clean and renewable energy, we need food finance to shift too. The case is at least as compelling. And this is why we in EAT, together with several partners this week, launched the Good Food Finance Network to drive this transformation of food finance. Another big shift we need to see is in food production itself. We have to move decisively away from today's exploitative approach to mining our soils and waters for whatever life we can convert to food. The only acceptable model for the future is regenerative or nature positive. We have to grow and harvest foods in such a way that our soils and waters can absorb carbon, retain and store nutrients, and keep giving. Now, how do we trigger and scale this massive shift in our production patterns? We really do need major policy shifts here. Our farmers definitely need and deserve support, but this support must be redirected so that they can make a decent living producing healthy foods in healthy soils. A similar major shift is needed for fisheries and aquaculture, by the way, and check out our Blue Food Assessment published last week in Nature. The regenerative revolution must start this decade and accelerate quickly. This is critical for staying within 1.5 degrees of warming. So those are the big shifts that we need, folks. In some ways, it's not that complicated. And luckily, it's not as if nothing is happening out there. Let me give you just a few snapshots of initiatives and innovations that point us in the right direction. First, the European Union's farm-to-fork strategy. This is a first. The largest integrated economic market in the world has crossed the Rubicon, as Julius Caesar would have said, and come out with a comprehensive strategy for transforming the European food system. Other major economies would do very well to follow that example. Second, and as a result of our work towards the UN Food Systems Summit happening today, actually, we are now in a position to launch a massive global coalition to support and drive dietary shift, the Healthy Diets from Sustainable Food Systems Coalition. We have many governments behind it. We have business associations, we have think tanks, we have NGOs, and 5 UN agencies. This is a huge step change. And finally, there are literally thousands and thousands of innovators and change makers at work all over the world. Entire cities are transforming urban food environments. Chefs and restaurants are aligning their menus with the planetary health diet. Lots of farmers and other food innovators are bringing new, sustainable, and healthy food products to market, often defying the policy failures stacked up against them. What I want to say last here to all of you is this. Ultimately, it boils down to shifting our mindsets. Change the way we think about food, understanding that it's really about regenerative production and shifting our diets. The science of systems change, yes, there is such a thing, is crystal clear. The most potent lever for transforming complex societal systems is exactly this, shifting the way we think. This is what allows rapid change to unfold, cascading through our societies, through our politics, through the economy. This is the magic capacity of human beings and societies to reach and go through tipping points of transformation. Today is actually a big day in that regard. As we speak, the UN Food Systems Summit is unfolding. In the run-up, we have witnessed food system dialogues in more than 140 countries. Over 80 countries are now, as a result, starting to define national pathways to sustainable food systems by 2030. Think about that for a second. It's only 3 years ago that we in EAT, together with partners, piloted the first ever food system dialogue. I hope and I trust that these dialogues and pathways will lead to real change during this decisive and forceful and faithful decade. So change is in the air. I hope you can sense it. And I hope you will all join us in shifting the collective mindset, our zeitgeist, when it comes to food, planet, and health. Let's embrace food as the amazing opportunity space it is to secure a good, safe, just, and tasty future for humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, Olav, thank you very much indeed. Your internet connection was slightly unstable, but I think it worked in the end. So absolutely super, and really thanks for the time, because I know you're in Bergen and you have to make a speech this evening. You're very welcome to stick around as long as you can, whilst I introduce the amazing panelists that we have here for the show. Let me introduce Mansour Kadir. He is the Deputy Director of Water and Human Development Program at the United Nations University in Canada and a leading expert on wastewater. It's a fascinating topic. Just get ready for this one. He's going to provide evidence that by harvesting many of the substances in wastewater, we could make farming and food production far more sustainable while combating climate change. Let me also introduce Sarah Majani Sadeh of the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization. Sarah will address a crucial role of restoring dead and degraded lands, and are looking at a pioneering project in a Turkish valley. Let me also introduce Tim Elfring of Food Farm. And Food Farm is spelt with a PH, guys, so everyone's got to remember that. He's in the Netherlands, and Food Farm was jointly founded with partner Sabine Ferron. Its philosophy is to create fresh, sustainable, healthy, and hyper-locally grown food using a novel circular concept. We'll learn a bit more in a few minutes. And last but not least, absolutely delighted to have Ian Sterling here. He's with his brothers running a sustainable Arbaiki Highland estate that is distilling climate-friendly gin, vodka and rye whiskey in Scotland. Now, I know we're talking about food right now, everybody, but honestly, we had to have something from Scotland on the show with COP26 coming in November, and a little sip or a little nip of what is quintessentially Scottish was also sustainably fascinating and totally unmissable. So, let me just first ask whether our panelists have anything they want to just comment on in respect to what Olaf said in his big picture remarks. Ian?
For me, the regenerative agriculture is incredibly important, and it's something that we've adopted on our farms. We've been farming 400 years, and we have to go back to all of these things. And also, we incorporate a lot of the legumes in the gin I'll be speaking about later on. So that's core to what we're doing.
Thanks, Ian. Good, let's move on then maybe. So let me go to Sarah first. Fantastic, we've got a woman on the show, you know, and sometimes it's always men, you know, but we're trying to be regenerative in terms of gender here. Sarah, how much land around the world has been trashed and damaged and abandoned? I mean, by some estimates, it's 7.8 billion hectares, right? Some say about 2 billion hectares are already degraded, and of these, 500 million hectares have been totally abandoned. Tell us, from this project in Turkey, what it can mean to restore this land for food and climate action, what it could mean for this place in Turkey, but what also it could mean for other parts of the world.
Thank you very much for having me in this show. And I know it's already passed, but just wanted to go back to Olaf's speech and emphasize on shifting our mindset, because that's what I'm going also to talk about, behavioral change. And you're very, very right. We also have statistics that around 2 billion hectares of land worldwide are somehow degraded, and that's the home to almost 1.5 billion people. So it's not a joke, it's a serious matter. I'm sitting here actually representing our office based in Turkey, in Ankara. So we work actually in Central Asia, Turkey and Azerbaijan. And that's the area where I am going to focus a little bit more. Of course, FAO works globally, and land degradation for sure is a global matter, is not only affecting Central Asia, but Central Asia for sure is one of the most arid areas around the world. And the fact that this project has been chosen by GEF Secretariat in Turkey was a great opportunity for us. It deals directly with land degradation neutrality, as you very well mentioned. And of course, we grow food on land, so it's directly linked to basically food security, and it's basically a pioneer project solely based on land degradation neutrality. The pilot site is Upper Sakarya Basin in Turkey, which is basically close to Ankara. The government of Turkey chose this area because of different factors, the importance of agriculture, and also pasture land and forest lands, because it was a diversity of different activities going on in this sub-basin, basically in Upper Sakarya, where jointly with our effort, hopefully with FAO's effort, we can basically build a model to be upscaled in Turkey for monitoring land degradation neutrality, and hopefully also upscale it in Central Asia. I have to emphasize that it's relatively a very new concept. Of course, land degradation is not new and we are all aware of it, but land degradation neutrality per se and the linkages with the SDG, in particular SDG target 15.3, is a little bit unique, and I believe most countries are somehow a little bit struggling in national reporting and then global reporting. How do we find the right indicators at national level and how we match it with the global monitoring scale? So these are at the global scale, but then we as FAO and of course the government of Turkey in this project, we deal with the beneficiaries who are farmers who are working on land, and maybe for them monitoring to UNCCD or achieving SDGs is not really something tangible. For them, something important is to be able to sustainably grow food, or if they have pasture lands, to be able to sustain their livestock, or if they are forest lands. So I mean, there is the importance from the land and the direct benefit for beneficiaries to achieve to the global level is very important, and that's what we are trying
Sarah.
to do.
What I'm going to just stop you a little bit there, because we'll dive a bit more back into your project in a second, okay, with more detail. So Mansour, I'm going to come to you. Okay, wastewater. Why should the world care about wastewater? How much wastewater are we producing? What's in wastewater? What can it do for the circular economy, food and agriculture? Give us a brief glimpse.
Thank you, Nick. If we look at the global picture, the world at large produces about 380 billion cubic meters of wastewater. Or in other words, 380 trillion liters of wastewater, which is generated by cities, municipalities, industries. And this volume of water is so massive that it is almost equivalent to 5 times the volume of water that passes through Niagara Falls each year. So this is just the volume of water which is embedded in wastewater. But at the same time, if we are talking about food and agricultural aspects, so in addition to water, it does contain valuable nutrients. And if we just look at 3 major nutrients, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, together, they are about 26 teragrams embedded in wastewater. Just to give you an idea, the mass is so much that this is about 78 times the mass of Empire State Building in the US. And it doesn't stop here. There are other valuable resources like precious metals, but more importantly, it does contain a lot of energy, even more than what is needed for its treatment. Now there are more and more energy neutral wastewater treatment plants are being built, are being improved. At the same time, if we look at what is actually the scale of that energy which is embedded in the global volume of wastewater, if we harness the potential of this energy, basically we can offset the domestic needs of about 158 million households, or in other words, about 500 million population. So these are the volumes of water which are produced as it stands now. But if we look at the future projections, by the year 2030, there will be about 21% increase in the volume of wastewater that we produce today.
Right.
And there will be about 51% increase in wastewater volume that we produce today. So it's growing because more and more people are moving towards cities, population is increasing, and we are actually at the moment missing a great opportunity. The reasons are that we are far from achieving its potential. At the moment, about half of the wastewater which is generated globally is not even collected, and it's released to the environment in untreated form. So basically, on one hand, there is a valuable resource, but on the other hand, we are not actually utilizing its potential. We are disposing it off to our freshwater bodies, where we are ending up in issues like eutrophication, human health issues, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it's really an opportunity.
It really is a big issue, Mansour. I think people are trying, hopefully now are getting a picture that we're trying to piece together parts of this fabulously large jigsaw puzzle that nobody ever really talks about much. Land degradation, wastewater. People think about farming in certain unidimensions, but there are other aspects to it too in the circular economy. I'll come back to you, Mansour. Tim, let's go to you here. What are you actually doing in the Netherlands, and what could it do globally? Try and keep it as brief as possible, because I will come back. This is a debate.
Thank you so much, Nick, for having me here.
Yeah.
We have our own aquaponic farm in Eindhoven in the Netherlands, where basically the system, how it works, we have fish that fertilize the water for the plants. And this way, indoor or on rooftops, you can grow certain leafy vegetables. While talking about wastewater, we use 95% less water than traditional farming. So the system works, the fish swim in like big tanks. They have their feces, of course, that get pumped through tanks with bacteria, and they transmute the feces into nutrients for the plants. The plants absorb the nutrients because they're with their roots inside of the water, and then together with growing lights, they grow and they clean the water again for the fishes. So this beautiful circular system that you can implement, like inside an old building that's here where we are located, like an old milk factory that is going to be renovated soon, but also in the Sahara or any other place on the world.
This is brilliant, Tim. We're going to come back to you on this, because these kind of innovations, obviously it won't probably solve the world food crisis, but it could actually deliver nutrition and protein to people in certain quantities that they urgently need. So we'll come back on that. Ian, okay. You're a 400-year-old farm in Scotland. You're using the farm for many purposes, but you're also producing classic Scottish products, whiskey, for example. But you're climate friendly or even climate positive on some of the products. How are you working with nature and circularity to produce these classic Scottish food, drink products?
Well, we're obviously both farmers and distillers, so we're growing and distilling, and I think it's that combination that makes us quite unique. Nadar, our climate positive gin, was created by our master distiller, Kirsty Black, as part of her PhD. So it was a combination of science and farming and innovation. And, you know, that was Kirsty did that over 5 years, or 5 years in terms of work part-time on her PhD, but working with the University of Aberdeen, Dundee, and the James Hutton Crop Institute. So combining a lot of brain power there. Within that, obviously, Olaf mentioned the legumes, and it was the European Legume Network that Pete Iannetta, or Dr. Pete Iannetta at the James Hutton, brought into the party. So the key thing is with the Nadar, the climate positive or carbon negative gin that we have, is that it's removing 1.54 kilos of carbon per bottle, and actually it's because we're choosing to use peas rather than traditionally wheat.
Peas, you're using peas.
We're using peas, so legumes, as Olaf was suggesting. So we're innovating. You know, we're innovating. We're obviously with the peas as well. It returns nitrogen to the soil. So as farmers, it reduces our reliance on artificial nitrogen. There's loads of positives there, and obviously, you know, it's definitely the way forward for farming. And you know, we're a relatively small distiller, but there's a challenge there to the industry, the gin industry, and possibly others within the industry, that they can do much more positive things if they were using peas instead of wheat. Life cycle analysis was done by Trinity College Dublin and Bangor, so the science is there. the learnings there, and it can be applied on a much larger scale.
Okay, interesting. So, okay, maybe we just have to try and weave a quick thread, and then I'll come back to Olav. But the quick thread is you're in Scotland, you're using peas to make these gins and stuff because it fixes the nitrogen. Is that good for the wastewater story? And is it good for the land degradation story that you can use peas rather than other crops? Is it because farming is very conservative and people don't want to change? Or is there a link between what Ian's doing in Scotland? Because I know that the land there is a bit nutrient poor, isn't it? So that's where the peas come in. Mansour, Sarah, is there anything linking these kinds of concepts from Scotland with the wastewater story, with the land degradation story? Jump in, please.
Mansour, please.
Yeah.
Mansour, say something. Talk to us.
Oh, thank you. I thought perhaps Sarah is taking over, so just.
No, I talk after you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, peas story is relevant wherever there is an agriculture production system, whether the soils are deficient in nutrients, or there is a direct linkage with the wastewater as well, because wastewater also contains large amounts of fertilizer, nutrients, and nitrogen is part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah, so let me then link. Mansour, wastewater, you need wastewater, you need water. So is there a link between the wastewater and peas and restoring degraded land?
For sure, wastewater, especially in water scarce situation, is a very good non-conventional source of water. So that's something that we fully agree with what Mansour said, and FAO, we also work on it. That's for sure. And also about nutritives for soil. Yes, as part of the sustainable land management practices that we apply, we always look for let's say, chemical fertilizers or nutritives for the soil in order to be able to increase the fertility of the soil and not increase the pollution level of the soil. So they are all somehow linked.
Yeah, okay. This is the point. There are links between these different things. It doesn't look like it on the surface for the average person maybe watching, right? So Tim, you've developed a closed system where you brought fish and water and plants together to create vegetable crops, and the fish purify the system. So a lot of people have heard about hydroponics, but you've just stepped it up a little bit in the game, haven't you? A little bit more than a little bit, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. Because we use fish, we have a very natural way of adding nutrients to the water. And because normally there's artificial fertilizers being used in hydroponics a lot. And we want to let Mother Nature do her thing. So we want to support the plants in the optimum way. And because the fish feces contain all the nutrients that the plants need, we can actually be more natural in that way.
Right. And last question there to you is, so Bangladesh, Africa, is there any interest in what you're doing, this?
Yeah, we got a lot of emails from India, Panama, Colombia, asking us if they can visit us or if we can expand to those places. So yeah, we have to start humble. At the moment, we have a 200 square meter farm where we produce 100 kilograms of lettuce and other vegetables a week. But in 1.5 years, the whole plot we're at now, it's going to be renovated. And then we're going to expand times 40. And after that, it can definitely be anywhere around the world.
And Olav, I mean, you're hearing some of this. You heard a bit about the Scotland story and the food farm and desertification, Mansour with wastewater. Is this the kind of joined up thinking that we need and learning from different parts of the world how to move forward?
Yes, thanks, Nick. This is exactly what we need. It's fantastic to listen to these stories and, as you say, seemingly kind of disconnected challenges and interests that our friends on this panel are dealing with. But you're exactly right. It is by bringing people together that seemingly work on distinct, separate issues, that we can actually tackle the big challenge of bringing our food systems to the place they need to be going forward, where they are regenerative, where people can have access to healthy and sustainably produced food affordably. And yeah, it's a big shift that we need to make, but it's precisely when people like all of you start to come together and look at, okay, how can we gain from connecting the dots here? And then building that into policy, etc.
Yeah, and of course, picking up on what Mansour said was kind of interesting, because who would have thought that in wastewater there is actually energy, and that this can actually be brought back to actually help power water treatment works or resource treatment works and things like that. There's all these secrets in our resources that we never even think about. I was thinking, Ian, just from your point of view in Scotland there, I mean, being a big step forward on renewable energy, you're doing a distillery. I imagine that reuses quite a bit of energy. How would you create a sustainable CO2 neutral circular distillery? Do you need another source of energy, or can you do it with wind?
I'm glad you've talked about that, because we're actually looking at powering the distillery with hydrogen, green hydrogen, so a combination of wind and solar. We're on the sunny east coast of Scotland, so the solar's there, and everyone who knows the North Sea knows there's plenty of wind, so we're looking forward to doing that. But also in terms of material at the distillery, we're going back to the farm and using our waste strawberries, using our waste potatoes, things that we would call wonky veg that we can then distill into strawberry vodka, potato vodka, and actually being creative. And actually the waste that's coming from potatoes and from our pea growing, once we've distilled, we're then feeding that back to our Highland cattle. So totally circular. So you're growing, distilling, mature, bottle, and then feed to cattle, and then it's going back into the soils. And again, as I was saying before, with the peas, you're putting the nitrogen back in. So it's happening right across the course.
I hope the cattle don't get too tipsy, because they might fall off into the North Sea rather than...
I think they enjoy that bit more than anything else, and they sleep well, so all good fun.
This has to be a one-liner. We're running out of time. We're at 1 minute, 20 seconds, right? So one-liner. What should governments do at COP26 for food? One-liner. Who wants to take it?
I can start. Resource recovery and reuse is really the basis if we want to move forward with the sustainable food production systems.
Thanks, Mansour. Ian, what's the one thing you want from the governments there?
I think funding the innovation, because if they're going to prime pump anything, people have to try new things. So actually they need government funding to do that.
Okay.
And de-risk it and make sure everyone has a good time at Glasgow and in Scotland. Do come both online and to Glasgow itself for COP26.
Thanks, Ian. Sarah, one line. What do you want the governments to do at COP26? Invest in restoring land, right?
That's for sure. But also innovation, technology, and behavioral change. It's not only about funding, but it's about the people as well. Behavioral change is very important.
Sarah, fantastic. Tim, one-liner.
Promote consumer-produced agriculture.
Thank you. Olav?
Bring food, both diets and regenerative agriculture, into nationally determined commitment. It's high time.
Thank you, everybody. You can stay on the show just for a little bit longer, if you would, please. I want to welcome back onto the stage Ingmar Rentzhog, who is the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time. You've got something to share from the We Don't Have Time app with the audience and the viewers.
Yes, I have some love to share, we definitely need behavioral change when it came, and it's very easy when it comes to food, because it's easy to change what you eat, and a good argument to eat better for the planet is actually it's also better for your health, and I think we should communicate about that even more. But we can't solve all the food production by behavioral change, because we don't have time for people to all go vegans or all changing everything. We also need to work with what we have, and we need solutions. And therefore, I would like to highlight climate love from
not Apple. It's kind of
not
connected,
Apple,
but not Apple.
It's an apple, so you can maybe eat it. Steve Jobs only was eating fruit, but it didn't go so well. Anyway, what I'm talking about is an Australian company, a Climate Love from Joel Curtis, that is a solution where you could give seaweed to animals, animal feeding, and it will reduce up to 90% of the emissions. So the world is still eating meat. This could be a solution we could use here and now.
You're going to give a climate love to...
Yes, and I would love to hear the panel. What do you think about this kind of solutions?
Yeah.
The solution exists, but no one pays for it, so no one is using it. But the solution is out there, and it's not. It maybe will make your steak like 10 cents more expensive or something like that.
Yeah. Anybody know about seaweed and agriculture, farming?
Or is it new information for everyone?
I think.
Sorry, Ian first, Olaf second.
I think traditionally in Scotland they've used the seaweed to feed cattle on the islands because it's there. So you're maybe going as we did, reintroducing something from the past.
Probably.
Yeah. Olaf?
Exactly, and all for it. I think there's those kinds of solutions we definitely need. There are, as I mentioned in my statement, other challenges and problems with the vast numbers of cattle we have on our planet, other costs as well. But certainly we need all hands on deck, and this solution can make a very meaningful contribution.
Great. Thanks a lot, guys.
So I just want to highlight that if you would like to know about solutions that exist, join We Don't Have Time. There is a lot of solutions out there. Many of them have used in the past, but we have forgotten about them. Many of them are totally new. And we will never implement them if we don't know about them. So read and find solution on the We Don't Have Time platform. But if you know solution, or if you're working on a solution, please post about them on the We Don't Have Time as well, and you will find an audience that will help you share it to the whole world.
Great, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
We may be looking good, but the rate and the way so many of us consume clothes and related items like shoes, that really means our planet is looking far from good. Globally, just 12% of the material used for clothing ends up being recycled. It's only really 12%. And there are so many other fast facts around fast fashion. It's the third largest manufacturing sector in the world. It directly employs 75 million people throughout its value chain, but its emissions exceed aviation or shipping. And it uses natural resources at a rate that transcends planetary boundaries. Indeed, the fashion industry is responsible for 20% of global wastewater, by some estimates. So let's start this segment by watching an interview from New York by the president of the US operation of We Don't Have Time, Dr. Shota Chakraborty. She's talking with Evie Evangelo and Emily Burnett from Fashion for Development.
Hello, I am thrilled to be here today with a key We Don't Have Time partner, Evie Avempolu. She is the president and founder of Fashion for Development. And also here is Emily Burnett, fashion designer and CEO and founder of Burnett. These two have come together with Stephanie Dillon, an artist who started Citizen T, and together they have co-created the Code Red collection. So we are so thrilled that you have all come together to present this, and we'd love to hear more about this effort. Please tell us.
Well, actually, the inspiration to me came from the message of the UN Secretary General, which took place in August, after all the dire reports came out about the environment, and he said, Code Red. So, I spoke to Stephanie, my dear friend, partner and artist of Citizen T, and I said, you know what, we really need to start a Code Red collection. The collection is upcycled, recycled, non-manufactured, and every item gets repainted, which was pre-loved, of course, but gets a new life. So it's part of our campaign to outreach to the world the importance of all of us taking part in this, utilizing Code Red and taking it out to the public. I then went to my dear friend Emily, and I said, Emily, Fashion Week is coming up. Please, would you use some of these Code Red items in your luxury collection? And that's what happened. She loved it. They're using them now with all their amazing silks and jackets, and we also have hand-painted leather jackets. They're all upcycled. So we're not manufacturing anything. And the challenge is for each designer and each fashion house to incorporate upcycled and non-manufactured pieces within their collection that has a message of activism so that we can all work together to save this planet.
That's incredible. So it sounds as though this mission is very much aligned to Burnett. So how do you lead the sector, the fashion sector, in aligning fashion and climate justice? Talk to us a little bit about what really made Code Red something that was exciting for you to participate in.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I launched Burnett in 2018, and our mission has always been to inspire and positively impact all women. With that, we launched more global initiatives, including our initiative for climate change. So when Evie came to me with this idea of using upcycled garments and putting a luxury spin on it, you know, it felt very in line with the Burnett mission and how we can be, you know, forerunners and leaders as designers in the community, and how we can be advocates and voices for, you know, not using overproduction, using the right amount of materials, choosing the right partnerships, making the right choices for collaborations, and ultimately creating something that's unique and special and something that the luxury consumer can understand and really get on board with our mission and also the Code Red.
Thank you, Evie. Thank you, Emily. And thank you for being key partners with We Don't Have Time, because we don't have time.
All right. Ingmar, people might wonder, why are we wearing these jackets? Please tell everybody.
We're wearing this jacket because fashion needs to change. And the fashion is also have so many people that could influence through fashion. So by having your clothes not just made of recycled material, but also have a message on it that we don't have time. Code Red, we need to act. That is actually something that contributes to solve the climate crisis. So, I mean, this should be the new normal. And those jackets we are wearing here have actually been to last week in New York Fashion Week.
On the catwalk.
On the real catwalk,
right.
with real models.
With real cats.
With real cats. So this is kind of rare to wear, I would say.
Well, it feels great.
Yes.
Well, thanks for making this happen, and thanks to the women in the previous segment here in the video. So, now we are going to hear first in this segment from a person who in her former role as a designer, she became critically aware of and increasingly uncomfortable with the linear nature of the apparel industry. And she decided to do something about it.
Meet Gwen Cunningham, lead for the textiles program at Circular Economy. She is also sustainability coordinator and lecturer at the Amsterdam Fashion Institute. The Circle Textiles program was launched in 2014 as the first sector program within Circular Economy. Since founding, the singular mission has been to achieve a zero-waste textiles industry through implementation of circular solutions in cooperation with its network of brands and solution providers.
Great to have you on our show, Gwen Cunningham. You have our full attention.
Thank you. Great to be here. Well, I want to start off by sharing a little bit of my own story and how I came to work in this field of circular textiles. I'm a designer by trade, and about a decade ago, I was working in the Netherlands, and every day I would go to the studio and I would be confronted each morning. At the front of the building was a huge neon sign that read, "Van alles is weer waardeloos," which translates as "everything is worthless again." Now, I didn't think much of that at the time, but about a year later, I was back in Ireland and I was producing my own collection. And that sentence kept ringing in my ears. And I started to become very disenchanted with this industry that I was working for, realizing that every product I was making, putting my blood, sweat, and tears into, would eventually be worthless again, would eventually be waste. And that triggered what was to become an obsession of mine in the field of textiles waste, and drove me to be a year later back in the Netherlands, but this time working with Circular Economy and looking more into kind of the design of systems rather than the design of products. The textiles industry, in my mind, is one of the kind of perfect poster children for the linear economy, in that it is almost entirely built on a take, make, use, waste model. The production of textiles is land, energy, water intensive, and reliant on very finite, volatile resources. If we just look at the two biggest fibers alone, cotton and polyester, which make up about 85% of total fiber mix. Cotton, of course, is a very thirsty crop. It takes about 2,700 liters of water to produce one cotton t-shirt. And polyester, meanwhile, of course, is reliant on another incredibly damaging source, which is crude oil. So we are extracting and using these resources to produce vast volumes of textiles and products each year. Each year, the industry pumps out over 100 billion new items of clothing, 100 billion new items of clothing. And that is used for a day, a month, a year, before it eventually becomes waste. Now, when we talk about textile waste, it's really important to distinguish between different streams because each have their own distinct challenges. So first of all, we've got post-industrial waste. That is the factory floor waste. That is the cutting room floor waste, the clipping waste, the offcuts, the roll ends. And about 10 to 30% of everything that moves through production is estimated to become post-industrial waste. Then we have what we call pre-consumer waste. This is in ways the kind of dirty little secret of the industry because this is the dead stock, this is the defect goods, this can be the returns, the overstock. And it's incredibly difficult to find accurate figures here, but some indications tell us that anything from 25 up to 35% can be that pre-consumer waste. And then we have post-consumer waste. That is what you and I dispose of, used textiles. Now, post-consumer waste is one of the most complex streams, if you ask me. Have you ever thought about where your textiles goes when you throw them away? The reality is there really is no away. So that's the first thing to realize. that which is collected is going to be sorted according to quality and end market. What is deemed rewearable will be sold nationally or internationally. That system alone comes with a whole host of environmental and social challenges, which we're going to hear from later on from one of our speakers. And that which is deemed non-rewearable is largely being landfilled, incinerated, or potentially downcycled into kind of low value applications like insulation. So only 1% of used clothing is actually being recycled back into textiles. That's what we call high value textile to textile recycling, only 1%. And about 73% globally of all used clothing is being incinerated or landfilled today. Now, this linear system on which we are dependent is in a hyper acceleration mode. We know that between 2000 and 2014, garment production doubled. The average consumer started consuming 60% more clothing and using their clothing for half as long as they used to. So more stuff being made, more stuff being bought, and quicker to landfill. And there are two kind of key phenomena that I want to mention that really have a contributing role in the pace of the industry. And they're not unique to fashion, but definitely fashion drives and thrives off of these two things. The first is planned obsolescence. So that, of course, is the idea that that which we do produce, despite our technological advancements, is not built to last. It's built to fail, it's built to break. And this is absolutely part of the reality of the industry, especially since the advent of fast fashion. We see it practically at the end of use supply chain. We see that the volume of non-rewearable textiles is ballooning and the volume of rewearable textiles is shrinking. Then the second is perceived obsolescence, and that is a much more psychological trick, something that fashion is very good at, telling you that something is either in or out, hot or not, right? And despite the fact that your coat may be fully functional, still, you think of it as obsolete because it's not fashionable anymore and therefore not desirable anymore. And perhaps you go out and you buy something new. And these two things together, planned and perceived obsolescence, I often think of as kind of a dangerous cocktail that gets us really drunk on stuff. And we are really drunk on stuff as an industry. And we know that we're hitting up against the limits of growth, that this type of linear model at this extreme is really not sustainable anymore. We are extracting and we're exploiting more than we can replenish and more than we can regenerate. And the latest McKinsey research is telling us that, you know, in 2018, the fashion industry was responsible for 4% of global emissions. So that's equivalent to the economies of France, Germany, and the UK combined. We also know that if we want to stay within the 1.5 degree pathway that's outlined by the IPCC, we have to cut our emissions by 1.1 billion metric tons of CO2 by 2030. But the current growth projections for the industry show that we are going to overshoot that target by almost twofold. So things need to change, and things need to change fast. The question becomes, you know, can the poster child for the linear economy become the poster child for the circular economy? Maybe, because while we are one of the most pollutive, one of the most exploitative industries, we're also one of the most creative, most lucrative, most consumer facing. So there is potential there. And what would it mean to have a fully circular textiles industry? Well, first of all, it would mean that our raw materials need to be recyclable, need to be renewable, and need to be kept in continual circulation. Second of all, it would mean that our products and our services need to be actually designed for multiple uses and for maximum material value retention. And thirdly, it means that the people who are at the heart of the value chain need to be supported in an equitable, just society. Because when we talk about building circular supply chains, it is about keeping materials and people functioning at their highest potential. We are seeing that there is a growing consensus across the industry on why we need to shift to the circular economy. We see it with the G7 Fashion Pact, with the UN Charter, with the Global Fashion Agenda, all signs that there is an understanding. But how we do it, that still remains largely unanswered. I often feel like we have circular intent in a linear world when it comes to fashion. And At Circular Economy, we're trying to solve that gap. We're trying to work with businesses and cities and governments to help them in the practical implementation of circular solutions. So for textiles, we work across kind of 2 key areas. Our mission is to achieve a zero waste industry, but we do that by really looking at how do you reduce the existing waste mountain. And that for us is through the development of data, technology, and infrastructure that's going to help us to valorize that existing textile waste at scale. And then B, acknowledging that we also have to prevent more textile waste in the first instance. And that leads us to work with brands and manufacturers, helping them to design for circularity, but also helping them to reduce the overall volume that they produce and extend the life of what they do make through the advance of circular business models like resale or like rental. Now, what we need to do is going to take a massive collective effort on a scale that many of us cannot even fathom. Fundamentally, we need to shift the value that we place on materials, on textiles, and on the people that are behind their production and their sale and their collection and their reuse and their disposal. And we need to redesign the core philosophy away from that original sentence that struck me when I was a young designer, that everything is worthless again, and towards a philosophy and a belief that everything is valuable again. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Gwen, for this strong keynote opening this segment. This is a huge topic. Luckily, we have with us 4 more experts to discuss this. Hello, we have with us 3 experts here on Zoom and 1 in the studio. I'll start with Eva Karlsson, who is present here in the Stockholm studio. Sustainability has always been the starting point for design and product development, as well as a business model for your company and you as a person. You are Eva Karlsson, CEO of Houdini. And Houdini is an award-winning and pioneering mostly outdoor company, focusing on outdoor clothes company, and you base your work on the planetary boundaries. So a warm welcome to you, Eva Karlsson.
Thank you.
With us here, I also have Erik Persson. Erik Persson is from IVL, and you're managing something called the Siptex project, and it's actually in my hometown, Malmö. And it's a fascinating plant. It's the first automatic large-scale textile sorting plant in the world, actually. And you are a materials scientist turned circular enabler. And we need those more and more people going into the circular economy. So wonderful. So warm welcome to you, Erik Persson.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
We also have with us, I hope you're not driving, Galahad. You are driving. This is Galahad Clark. He is the 7th generation cobbler. And Galahad's ancestor founded Clark Shoes, and you're now the driving force behind Vivo Barefoot. It's a regenerative purposed business that makes shoes. So a warm welcome to you, Galahad.
Thank you. It is an electric car, so...
Yeah, I was more worried about safety than the fuels, actually, right now.
Sorry, yeah.
All right, so we have also with us Liz Ricketts of the OR Foundation. A warm welcome to you, Liz Ricketts. You're an educator, designer, and the co-founder of the OR Foundation. And this is a USA and Ghana-based foundation. You've been researching a global second-hand clothing industry, or whatever we need to call it, since 2016. And you are on a mission to catalyze a justice-led circular textiles economy in Africa. And we'll get back to you very shortly about what's happening there. So first of all, I'd like to turn to Eva. When you listen to Gwen, I'm sure you've heard of her work before. What resonates in you?
The fact that we produce 1 billion, like 80 billion or 100 billion garments per year. Mm-hmm. And in addition to that, 60% of those garments end up as waste the first year. It's so wasteful. Mm-hmm. And there's such a lack of purpose and realization of our commons and the value that is destroyed. in an ever-increasing rate as well. And it's not, what I think is really important to know is that it's not necessary. The technologies are there to switch this around to circular already today, and it's been the case for maybe a decade at least. So it's just about a matter of willpower and guts to change.
Thank you, Eva. In the Siptex factory, we were told that only 1% of the textiles that goes into the fashion industry is actually turned into new garments. And of course, this could change this groundbreaking technology. So when you listen to Gwen, what are your reflections, Erik?
Well, I agree totally that we have to go much more circular. It's the Siptex plant, I guess we'll come back to that, is I see it as a key in going circular, being able to sort for material specificity to enable high value recycling. But actually what resonates with me as well is the scale of this. I'm a material scientist and I work with technical projects developing renewable fibers or something around things around recycling. But that's only a little part of the puzzle. We need to reduce the way we consume. We need to get these billions of garments reduced.
So let's just stay with you, Erik, because I think the viewers might be quite curious to really grasp what are you actually doing at this Siptex factory?
So what we're doing is we have an automated sorting plant using, this gets a little bit technical, but we're using NIR sensors. So it's sort of laser sensors that shines light on the products that pass, which is textile waste garments. The machine recognizes what type of material it is, and it can also sense the color. So we can put mixed post-consumer waste into material-specific and color-specific piles at industrial, cheap, high speed. And that is then sold to customers for recycling. So this is a key to generating feedstock for large-scale recycling, upcycling technologies. As Gwen and Eva have said, the technologies are there; they're coming online at commercial scale, but the feedstock right now is missing, and a key to that is something like Siptex.
And this is a joint venture. I mean, just tell us a bit about who is organizing this, because this might be able to happen in other countries too.
Yes, so the plant itself is owned by CIRSAV, it's the South Swedish waste management company. I represent IVL, the Swedish Environmental Research Institute, so I don't own the plant. I have nothing to say about what they do on the plant. I'm managing the government-funded project, helping implement the plant. And in that project, we also have a large consortium of actors who have interest in something like this. So it can both be companies or public bodies that generate waste and need somewhere better to send their waste than to landfill or incineration. It can be recyclers or converters, but it is also in some of the partners we have is retailers and brands who are there because they want to get their hands on recycled feedstock.
And there are customers out there that really want to have recycled feedstock, right?
Yes, they're already in place. We're already producing material for them.
So this could be scaled?
It could be scaled. The machine we have implemented is it has a capacity of 24,000 tons per year, 4 tons per hour. So it's a big plant, it's a big volume, but that only corresponds to a third of the waste generated in Sweden. And we're not a very big country. Area-wise we are, but population-wise we're not. So if we were to sort everything, all the waste that we generate only in Sweden, we would need 2 more plants like this. And on a global scale, well, I can't do the math right now, but hundreds, thousands of similar plants. But we've demonstrated that it works, and we can take mixed post-consumer waste and we can generate a valuable resource for high-value recyclers.
So before I turn to Galahad and talk about footwear, because this is also a big part of what's happening to offset carbon and just how we work with the circular perspectives, of course, what we have on our feet. So Liz Ricketts, when you hear Gwen, and also Eva, you know of Houdini, I'm sure, and Siptis might be a new perspective. Please, before you reflect on this, tell us about dead white men's clothes. It's a really a sentence that is it's provocative. But it really makes me interested. I mean, I've read up on it obviously, but tell us, what is it?
Yeah, absolutely. So dead white men's clothes is what people in Ghana call secondhand clothing. And it comes from the fact that when clothing first started flooding into Ghana, primarily from the United States, there was so much of it that people assumed that it must be coming from dead people. And I think that's a very profound concept because it signals that excess was not indigenous. And it helps us to understand that excess and a lifestyle of excess is something that we've all been taught to become comfortable with. And today, I would say, you know, excess is somewhat normalized even here in Ghana, but it speaks to what's happening here in the market, which sees 15 million garments a week, and around 40% of that leaves the market as waste, not because it's unwearable necessarily. And this is where what Gwen had to say, you know, really spoke to me when she talked about keeping not only material, but people operating at their highest potential. Because what we see is that most of the waste or most of the clothing is going to waste, not because it's unwearable or unusable, but because people are so far in debt that they do not have the money to rehabilitate these lower quality fast fashion items to make them quality enough for people to buy them. And so if we aren't working to create quality, dignified jobs and accompany people out of that debt, we don't have a shot at tackling the waste crisis.
So you're really shining the light on this murky side of what we think is recycling or upcycling or sending in, giving clothes a new life. And I just yesterday saw a film on television here in Sweden, a Norwegian documentary on the mountains of discarded clothes in I think it was in Accra actually. What happens to the items that nobody really wants at the end? They're incinerated, as Gwen says.
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think first of all, we have to understand that it's just logic. You know, most people in the global north donate the old so they can buy the new. They're not using secondhand as a replacement. They're using it as an excuse to continue shopping more. And that inherently is not circular. And so most of those things are ending up in places like Ghana. And when they can't sell here, the waste management system doesn't have the infrastructure to deal with it. There was one landfill here and it literally exploded because of the clothing waste. I was there the day that it exploded. So most of the clothing waste actually just ends up being brushed into the open waterways. It ends up in the beaches, catches on fishermen's nets, causes them to capsize, let alone what it's doing to the marine environment. And then it's also burnt out in the open. Yesterday, I had the unfortunate privilege of watching 5 containers of clothing that was shipped here directly from the collection bins in Europe being burned at a dump site.
So we think we sort of purge ourselves and clean ourselves. So we're so content where we bring our clothes to the containers, and then they might end up being an environmental problem and a social problem elsewhere. Well, thank you for shining a light on this. I'd like to turn to Galahad now. Viva Barefoot. Gwen mentioned a quote that really propelled her into changing her attitude to work and working with circular fashion. You come from a way back cobbler in your family, and now you have a regenerative focus. Could you please tell us what is this, and what are your shoes like? How are they contributing to the circular perspective?
Yeah, hi. The shoe industry is the shoe industrial complex is a massive environmental disaster. I think 22 billion pairs of shoes are made every year, and like the clothing industry, most of them end up in landfill with very few circular solutions, nearly always downcycling. And it's not just the way shoes are made, but also the types of shoes that are being made. And most shoes now in the in the so-called civilized West, especially for children, deform people's feet, develop bad movement habits, and it's a sort of public health scandal that the shoe industry is literally kind of crippling people to the point where, you know, we have this kind of endemic of pain in our societies, and it's partly the sedentary lives, but also partly the sort of over technologized shoes. 10,000 years ago, we used to make shoes person by person, foot by foot, from local sustainable materials almost to demand. And now we make shoes in huge factories, fill them up in warehouses. They don't fit. In fact, they deform people's feet and deform people's whole connection with nature. And we have a long way to go back to that simple shoemaking that once, you know, allowed humans to move around naturally in a deep connection with nature.
So you are focusing on producing shoes that are better for the feet. They're so-called barefoot feet. But how about the sourcing of materials? How is that circular in the Vivo shoes?
Yeah, we have two approaches to materials, and it's largely the same as the shoe industry in terms of this supernatural prerogative to try to create regenerative agricultural supply chains that are ultimately biodegradable. And obviously Houdini's done an amazing job to show that. The wonderful film you made with people eating a meal made from the compost of your clothing is a beautiful aspiration for us, I would say. You know, and then the other end of polymer shoemaking. At the moment, most polymers obviously come from oil or even compete with food. So trying to use third, fourth generation feedstocks, i.e. polymers that are literally helping clean up the world. And then obviously have circular solutions and genuine circular solutions, not downcycling. So we're massively invested in chemical recycling programs and figuring out how to make supernatural soles that perform, which is the biggest challenge in natural shoemaking.
Well, thank you, Galahad. Being a pioneer and a front runner, this is, of course, speaking of driving, it's navigating this. It's difficult, but you're doing an important work here. And
we have a long journey ahead.
Long journey ahead. Eva, Houdini, briefly, for those who might not be aware of what you're doing, what is so unique with your concept?
Well, I think that we went on the race to zero in 2001, so we've come a long way. And I think with our uncompromising commitment to the transformation and to doing it with speed has been, well, an eye-opener for many. I mean, you talk a lot about innovation being necessary in order to, you know, enable circular. That's not the case, because most of the technologies that we need today are there. So we decided to design for circularity and eliminate the concept of waste. And we take a holistic approach. You mentioned the planetary boundaries. I would like to add the donut economics and the social aspects, not seeing social aspects only limited to the northern hemisphere, but rather global. And looking at, you know, culture and overconsumption and lifestyle as part of our responsibility. We need to shift everything, and we have to reimagine everything. So that's what we've been doing since 2001, and we've come quite far. I guess 87% of our styles or products are circular by design.
87%?
Yes.
And also
moving fast towards 100%. And of course, just like Galahad, you say, I mean, it's a long journey ahead. Still, we have been working for a long time and we've come far, but there's so much more to do. We're moving towards regenerative and shifting lifestyles. I think that's our biggest priority now, because we know it's a fact that in the Western world, we use a garment on average 10 times before it becomes waste. Globally, I think it's 160 times. And of course, you can design a product to last a much longer time than that. And we have our users give us data on how they use the product.
And how long do they use a Houdini piece of clothing?
More than 1,000 times, several times a week, for more than 10 years, for many different types of activities. And that tells us and the entire industry what is possible just by designing good stuff.
So I'd like to conclude this panel with, if you could just say one short sentence to decision makers that might be watching this. I know there are decision makers watching this. What do you need, Liz and Eric and Galahad and Eva, to speed up what you're focusing on? Liz, please start.
We need the fashion industry to reduce production by at least 80%, and we need ecological reparations through EPR policies.
Thank you, Liz. Short and to the point. And Eric, what do you need for decision makers?
We need more expensive clothing. We don't need more cheap stuff. We need stuff like Eva talked about, high quality stuff that lasts a long time.
Thank you, Eric. And Galahad, what do you need?
Yeah, I think the integrated reporting and standards for companies to meet on the full impact that they're having to society. As Eva said, it's not just environmental, it's also social, and companies should be absolutely required to report on their full impact in full integrated reporting.
Thank you, Galahad. And the last word to you, Eva, here in the studio.
Well, I think regulations are extremely important, not to inspire frontrunners, but to get the larger scale moving in the right direction. Ecocide law, I would suggest implementing that as soon as possible as well, because then we have international legislation to at least bring the base level up.
And I know you are one of the companies that signed in first on the Ecocide Law Alliance. So.
Yes, we've been engaged for, I guess, 10 years or so.
Well, that's a good tip. Well, I hope decision makers are watching. Pleasure talking to you, Liz, Eric, and Galahad, and drive carefully. And thank you so much, Eva.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And now we will share some good examples that everyone can join in on. Our speakers of this segment all have great ideas, and they only have 3 minutes each to present them. First, we'd like to share this video with you.
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes. But our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We don't have time.
I have a crazy idea. What if it would be profitable to save the planet? What if a circular economy would be our goal instead of unlimited growth? What if polluting the atmosphere will cost money and capturing carbon will pay a dividend? What if green energy always will be cheaper than dirty energy? What if we ended all fossil fuel subsidies? What if talents only wanted to work for companies that act on the climate crisis? What if investors only invested in companies working on climate solution? What if consumers helped guide each other to choose the companies that do the right thing? What if you and I and everyone had the power to achieve this? What if we could change the system together? What if this is the solution to the climate crisis? What if millions of people also believe in this idea? This is the crazy idea behind We Don't Have Time. We believe by rewarding climate solutions and warning all the polluters, we will make it profitable to save our planet and super expensive to destroy it. We believe that making climate action transparent with the help of our review system, we can speed up the transition to a fossil-free society and save the world. Let's give climate love to those that have the solutions, and let's send climate warning to those that needs to change. But we can only achieve this if we work together. And remember, it only takes one idea to change the world if enough number of people believes in it. Is it really crazy to believe that it should be profitable to save the world and unprofitable to destroy it? I don't think so. If you agree, join We Don't Have Time and help us change how the way companies compete.
Well, thank you so much, Ingmar, for those inspiring words. Now let's hear it from changemakers from all corners of the world. As I said before, they will pitch circular solutions to inspire climate action. And we will start with Andreas Anderholm Pedersen. He is Head of Sustainability at GIAB, Godsinlösen AB. GIAB creates circular business models for cell phones and computers, and they also handle returns from e-commerce. You have our attention, Andreas.
Katarina. Hello, everybody. My name is Andreas Anderholm Pedersen, as Katarina mentioned, and I work as Head of Sustainability at GIAB, which is short for Godsinlösen Nordic. GIAB is an innovative growth company who work with circular economy as a core of its entire business. We are based in the south of Sweden with offices and logistics operation in Stockholm, as well as in Norway, with plans to expand our business to the entire Nordics. Our business model revolves around prolonging the life of products through reuse. By developing a circular process and a data-driven system, GIAB Circular Platform, we have modernized the traditional reuse process where our platform allows us to handle large-scale reuse in a resource-effective manner. Reusing products has given us a revenue growth of, on average, 20% per year since 2015. And the great thing about our revenue growth is that it is strongly correlated with CO2 savings. So for instance, last year, our model prevented 2,900 tons of CO2 from being emitted into the atmosphere. So this means that our business model of reusing products is decoupled from the emissions of greenhouse gases, and consequently results in saving emissions through the very simple mean of giving products a longer life. So through handling, through repair and refurbishment, we do circular economy in practice. Today, our core partners and the customers are the Nordic insurance industry and companies within the e-commerce. For instance, we work with some of Sweden's biggest insurance companies, such as Folksam and Länsförsäkringar Skåne, as well as IKEA and CDON, who is a direct competitor to Amazon in Sweden. And we also run our own e-commerce website where we sell reused products directly to consumers at returhuset.se in Sweden. We believe that a circular transition will play a crucial role in preventing a climate catastrophe. And here I would like to quote Ellen MacArthur Foundation, who 2 years ago released a report stating that in order to cut our emissions in line with the Paris Agreement, the renewable energy transition is only half the story. So up until now, it is like we've been reading half the book, we've been watching half the movie. And if we adopt to a circular economy where we make and produce materials, products, food based on circular economy principles, we will begin to see a complete picture of a resilient net zero world. At GIAB, we are aware of this, and it is something that we have been working towards since the company started in 2012. And it is also one of the reasons why we decided to go public by listing at Nasdaq First North, giving us both the financial resources and the platform needed to grow and expand our model further, while at the same time grow and increase the amount of greenhouse gases saved as a result of our business model. Thank you, and remember, there is no business on a dead planet.
Well, thank you very much, Andreas.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go to Alexandra Davidson, who's Secretary General of the Swedish Association for Responsible Consumption, a non-profit which creates responsible consumers in the transition towards a smarter, circular world. Welcome, Alexandria.
Thank you so much. I'm really, really happy to be here. And let me start with an anecdote. When I first started my position 6 years ago, we were talking about and giving advices that consumers should choose organic stuff or it's enough only to recycle. Today, we know that that is not enough. Today, the world uses 70% more resources than the Earth can handle to reproduce within a year. And if everybody in the world would live and consume as we do in Sweden, it would require 4.2 planets. And that is 3 too much. And during these years and up until today, in every interview or in every education or speech or anything, I get asked, but should all of the responsibility be on us, the consumers? Shouldn't it be on the politicians? And the answer to that is yes, it should, and no. But if we think about it a little bit more, who are the people working as politicians? Who are the people working and steering the companies? It's you and I. And we all function as consumers in the day-to-day life. So with simple macroeconomic terms, what we demand, the companies supply for us. So our solution is to create more circulance, a world of circulance. And we need to change the norms and behaviors in the society towards the circular economy. And that is fun, but it can also, of course, be challenging. So we need to help each other. And one simple rule is don't buy anything newly produced unless you really, really have to. Today, the world is only barely is the right word, 9% circular, and everything in the world cannot be recircled. There are some chemicals that is actually harmful to recircle, but we can be a lot better than 9%. And the circulant borrows, rent, remake, recycle, repair, take care of what we have, and buy secondhand. So our responsible consumption's very simple idea is, let's all take responsibility and let's all try to be circulants, because why should we follow the stream when we together can create the wave? Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. Thank you very much, Alexandra.
Thank you.
It's now my pleasure to introduce Thomas Kimber, CEO of Karun. Through his eyewear company, Karun, Thomas Kimber works alongside rural communities to protect nature and to strengthen the development of local family businesses in Patagonia. Thanks for joining us, Thomas. We are all ears.
Thank you very much. What a pleasure, and how happy it is to be around like-minded people from around the world joining to make a change. My name is Thomas. I'm the founder of Karun, and a little bit about my story just to connect you with the message that I want to leave today. I'm based in Chile, in Patagonia, in the north of Patagonia, in Puerto Varas, one of the most beautiful places I know. And I've been traveling with my mother, who is a photographer since I was a little kid, into all of the wild places in Patagonia, which is one of the last wilderness, I would say, really pristine places with wild wilderness in the world. And when you get to be in these places, then you realize the deep connection we as humans have with nature. But more than that, you realize how in reality we are nature. Actually, Karun means to be nature. And today's world, the conversations are more and louder into making a change in our system and our society. Most of the changes that I see are around changing processes or technologies or materials. But I would say a very important thing that we need to change is our perspective, is how we see ourselves as human beings. If we understand that we're part of nature, we can create a different culture. So what I've been focused on for the last 12 years is to see how to connect nature conservation with rural empowerment by creating innovative products. And we've developed a whole model called the Karun Conscious Development Model, where we are working together with local communities that normally don't have access to opportunities, and turning that into a solution by creating a regenerative system around creating opportunities from discarded material, but at the same time turning that opportunity into cohesion and trust within the people within the community, and then how that is transmitted into or turned into a high quality product, like in our case eyewear, that can have full traceability, and you can connect the final customer with the impact that he or she is making together with the communities and in nature, but also in the traceability of the product. There's a series of challenges I think we have in creating products that are not only circular, but can become regenerative in its nature. It's a huge challenge. I'm not sure if it's possible to create a regenerative company per se, as the only really regenerative thing in life today is nature. But I think the question to getting us there is what we should all be talking about, which at the end of the day, it's mainly about how we relate to each other, how we look into each other's eyes and build trust. Because from that trust, I think we can create new realities and a new understanding of our system. So just an invitation to everyone to look at the world from a different point of view and understand that we are all nature, and that if we want to make a change, the first thing we need to do is to feel the pain of nature today. If we feel that pain, then our decisions will not come from our mind, but it comes from our heart, and that will make a big change. Thank you very much, and let's make it happen.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
So now we have Vikas Garg, the CEO of Abilion, vegan food review platform. Vikas is the founder and CEO of this company, a global community on a mission to make sustainability a habit for everyone. We're excited to hear your presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for welcoming me. Hi, my name is Vikas Garg, and I'm the founder and CEO of Abilion. We're a 4-year-old company that's based right here in Singapore. So it's 1 a.m. right now, and I'm dialing in. So I hope I don't look too tired. So we are an app that is, in a way, the world's fastest growing platform, bringing consumers together around the world around sustainability. Our app has been downloaded more than 1 million times by people in 157 countries. And sort of our fastest growing markets globally are places like North America, Argentina, Brazil, the UK, Italy, Germany, Spain, South Africa, Singapore, and Australia. So really trying to build a global social movement. I think one of the other speakers mentioned the term socially responsible consumption. We really believe that socially responsible consumption is really what is going to move the needle from a sustainability perspective. And when we think about sustainability and we think about the last 30 years, it's been analogous with fossil fuels. And we think that what is at the center of people's plates, the food that people eat and consume, is going to play the largest role in the global sustainability movement. Food is constantly on our minds. We're constantly thinking about it. We're making decisions around food. And if we can inject a sense of purpose, a sense of values, and a sense of principles around what people eat, that just percolates into sort of every aspect of the consumer lifestyle. So we're really a movement to try to help people live more compassionately. It's a user-generated content platform, so it's, my opinion, is just as good as anybody else's. And today we have become sort of the largest review platform for all things vegan, plant-based. That includes cosmetics products, beauty products, wellness, travel, fashion, of course, food. And we provide a very strong utility for anybody that is looking for, let's say, plant-based food anywhere in the world. You can discover beautiful photos and videos and content that other users, that other consumers in markets around the world have posted about. We put it all on a map, and you can click through and order it and do lots of things. And that's what we're all about. So if you're looking for vegan food, if you plan on traveling, you're taking a trip, or even if you're just really curious on, you know, what's the best dish, what are the things that people around you in your city are enjoying, if you're looking to kind of dive in and change your diet or make it better, download our app. It's called Abilion. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot.
The next speaker, his name is Kyle Vians. He is CEO of iFixit. iFixit is a repair community internationally known for open source repair manuals that have empowered millions of people to repair their broken stuff. So please share your insights with us now.
Thrilled to be here with all of you incredibly smart people. This is a wonderful event, and there's so many inspiring ideas. Our idea is simple. What if when things break, instead of tossing them away, we fix them and hung on to them a little bit longer? Wouldn't that be cool? If everyone in the United States were to use their smartphone just 12 extra months, it's the equivalent of taking 600,000 cars off the road. The things that we use, particularly the electronics in our lives, are incredibly carbon intensive to manufacture. And in many cases, the repairs are quite simple. So iFixit is a community of people all over the world teaching each other how to fix things. So I might know how to fix something like a smartphone. You might know how to fix something like a coffee machine. Let's get our information together in one place and share it. And this idea that we could fix the world by fixing all the things in our lives, I think is fundamental. We live in this society where we dig things out of the ground, we make things out of it, we use it for a little while, we toss it away. Whereas away, we don't really know. So let's just make our things last a little bit longer. In addition to iFixit, we've spearheaded an international movement called Right to Repair, where we are working on a system of laws and improvements to the system to make it so that you can fix everything. Every product should come with the parts, tools, and information that you need to be able to fix it, so that when your kettle breaks or your smartphone breaks, there's an ecosystem available to help you. And iFixit is the locus of that, but there's a lot of people. There's the repair cafe movements around the world where you can come, join your local community and hang out, connect with your local community, but also learn how to fix things. We have been pushing back very hard against manufacturers in this idea of planned obsolescence, where Apple would prefer that you buy a new iPhone 13 that just comes out tomorrow. If you can skip it, if you can skip the upgrade, then you're saving the planet through sheer laziness. Just hang on to the things that we have. And that's what iFixit is all about. We got step-by-step instructions to make it easy and simple to fix all of the things in your lives. We really can fix the world, but it's going to take re-examining all the things that are around us. Thank you very much for having me. This is a wonderful event.
You're most welcome, Kyle. Wonderful work you do.
Thank you.
Great. So now we go to William Rame, who's founder of DeedStack. William is a tech innovator focusing on the intersection where business and consumers meet around climate action and how to close the gap between the two. You have our attention, William.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction. I'm broadcasting out of Boulder, Colorado today, where our startup is located. And we're a public benefit corporation. We've organized that way in order to sort of stay true to our roots. There's a problem in the marketplace today, and we've heard some people sort of touch upon it when they talk about businesses being a catalyst, climate collaboration, digital technology. The problem is that businesses and consumers really aren't collaborating very much. There's a climate action gap between the two of them. That's based on the old industrial systems. We believe that digital technology, specifically blockchain and smart contracts, can close that gap and actually get businesses and consumers to collaborate together in a very trustful and a very transparent way. The problem is very large. What essentially we're doing with the blockchain and the smart contracts is creating a collaboration platform so that businesses can sponsor impacts that come from the hands of nonprofits and others who are actually on the ground doing the good work. Using the smart contracts and the blockchain technology, we can then take that impact and trustfully embed it in the products and services, rewards programs, downloads, into credit card purchasing systems and things like that, so that what we hope to do is at scale harmonize consumption and production in trusted ways. The platform has a tremendous amount of new kinds of functionality that are especially applicable to circularity and to fashion even. For instance, using our platform, we've prototyped this in some respects, we're able to create variable attribution for impact between businesses and consumers so that they can share in it and integrate, businesses can integrate back into their ESG. We have a platform component for the consumers where they can collect and they can share the impacts that they're actually making, so that it creates this collaborative sort of a system between the two. So folks who are interested in this, deedstack.com's got a lot of the details. We're looking forward to being innovators in this space, really leveraging technology in new ways and looking towards a future where there are collaborative communities and a lot of trust and a lot of collaboration between businesses and consumers.
Jim, thanks a lot for your great idea.
Please don't forget to write questions and interact with the people presenting these fantastic ideas. The next speaker is actually with us here in the studio, Fredrik Uddenfelt. He is a former Swedish diplomat and he's from Climate View. He joined Climate View in 2019 and works closely with some of the leading cities to accelerate climate action. So thank you, Fredrik, for joining us, and the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at one of the key topics of this whole event, which is how we deliver on the key human needs while dramatically reducing emissions. And this is one of the core things that we are doing with cities across Europe and in North America with our software as we speak. And it's very helpful to think about this whole challenge from the city point of view, because in the city, things get very concrete, but you don't lose track of the scale and scope of the change needed. So let's imagine for a second that you're the mayor of a city. What would some of your main priorities be? Well, probably things like keeping the homes of your people warm in winter and cool in the summer, making sure that people have food on the table, access to jobs, education, access to mobility. But you also happen to have a really ambitious climate goal in your city. So do these things actually work together? Are they compatible or are they not? Let's look at mobility for an example. In your city, most people get around by fossil fuel cars, just like in most cities around the world. And of course, this has to go away in the future. So what can we do instead? Well, we can shift to cycling. We can shift to public transport. We can shift to electric vehicles, and we can shift to work from home, which is essentially digital mobility. So here we have 4 very concrete shifts based on proven technologies. It's not rocket science, but what we need to do is to set some very clear and ambitious targets for each of these shifts. And this is one of the key parts that we do with cities using our software and our models. But that leads to the next interesting question, which is how do we actually get these shifts going, and how do we reach these targets? Well, let's look at cycling. How do you get people to actually cycle? Well, first of all, you need to build things, and the most important thing is to build a great and safe cycling network. And that costs money, but it's really not high tech. We know how to do it. It's been done before in other places. Another thing you can do is to restrict car usage. And that's, of course, a trickier one. It's absolutely not high tech, but could lead to some resistance and so forth. But still, and these are examples of some of the really concrete things that you need to do. And this is where change happens. This is where investments are needed. This is where hard work happens. And this is what everything depends on. And we need to make sure that all these things that are very doable stack up to the greater challenge. So you go from something that looks very big, amorphous, and vague and impossible to something that is very doable and possible on the local level, but still can be very hard. And you as a resident can make sure that your city is doing what it can, and that the city can make sure that it involves you in that. So that's the exciting journey that we're on with many of the leading cities in this space. And in the coming weeks and months, we will be recruiting heavily across the world on all functions. So please do make sure to keep a lookout on our website for exciting news and developments in the coming weeks. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Well, thank you so much, Fredrik. And now over to you, Dick.
So, last but not least, we have Dr. Katharina Essing of DigiMind GmbH in Germany. Katharina is a quantum physicist who co-founded DigiMind to develop the first artificial intelligence-empowered software for the packaging industry to become more sustainable and more circular. And Katharina, talk about in this how you lightweight PET bottles. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening from Berlin. 8% of world's total oil production is used to make plastic. 40% of that turns into disposable packaging. And of that, 18 billion pounds of plastic weight go into our oceans every year. Those are daunting numbers, but we're not here to complain, but to talk about solutions. My name is Katharina Essing. I'm the co-founder and CEO of DigiMind, and we develop AI-based software to make packaging circular by design. We develop software for the packaging industry specifically based on the 3 pillars of circular economy. Reduce, to create smarter designs to minimize material usage. Reuse, to use virtual testing to ensure performance even after multiple cycles of usage. and recycle to design with higher recycled content and ready for recyclability. So let's be concrete and talk about the famous plastic bottle. More than 1 million plastic bottles are sold every minute on this planet. And we at Digimind, we estimate that on average, these PET bottles are 15% too heavy for what they actually need to sustain during their life cycle. So let me give you one example. With one of our partners, we have identified a 1.5 liter PET bottle for edible oil that is produced 1.3 billion times per year of this single bottle type. And here we have applied our lightweighting algorithm, which is based on artificial intelligence. And this has resulted in 12% of reduction of raw material used while keeping the exact same performance for this bottle. With 1.3 billion bottles produced, this is equivalent to 10,000 tons of PET not produced, while the CO2 emission reduction is equivalent to roughly 15,000 round trips between Paris and New York. If that sounds exciting or you have any further questions, please shoot me your questions through We Don't Have Time. Check out www.digimindlabs.com. I'm more than happy to discuss this further. Thank you very much for your attention.
Absolutely super. We're pressed for time. You answered all the questions anyway, and take care and thanks for being on the show. To everybody.
It's now time for a summary of this event and also a look forward. We are delighted to have with us here today an expert who has devoted his life to what we have been talking about today, all of today actually.
This is Anders Wijkman, a Swedish opinion leader and author. He is also co-president of the global think tank Club of Rome, chairman of the governing board of Climate Kick, a public-private partnership at the EU level promoting innovation of a low-carbon society, and a member of the International Resource Panel, a UN-appointed expert body with a goal to steer society away from overconsumption, waste, and ecological harm to a more prosperous, sustainable future. Anders has also served as a member of the European Parliament, Assistant Secretary General of the UN, and Policy Director of UNDP.
Warm welcome to you, Anders Wijkman, here in the studio. And we have asked you to follow the entire broadcast and to give your summary from your extensive background of what's happened here today. So the stage is yours.
Well, thank you, Katarina, and thank you for inviting me. This has been a really rich afternoon. So I would like to commend you for having put together speakers and panelists who have really illustrated both the challenges and the opportunities. One thing that I think is important at the outset to remember is that circular economy, even if that is the absolute most urgent way to go now, it's not a panacea, it's not a solution for everything, because there is nothing 100% circular in the technical society. So we have to be realistic, what can be achieved. And we also know that when you make a system more productive, you free up resources. There is the so-called Jevons paradox or rebound effect. So policymakers must be involved to make sure that those resources that are freed up when we become more circular are not just used to demand material somewhere else. And then I think it's also important to recognize that consumption patterns are so different in different parts of the world. in the International Resource Panel, we have made an estimate that an average citizen in a country like Sweden has a material footprint of roughly 30 tons per year, if you count everything. An African living in the sub-Saharan Africa, the footprint is around 2 tons. So there is a difference of 1 to 15. So that illustrates the challenge we have. So I think, yes, going circular, but we have also to realize that we have to reduce or at least limit or control material consumption in the future. Circularity has to be combined with the recognition that high quality of life is not only about material consumption, it's about so many other things. Another thing I picked up, of course, was the importance of digital technologies. Without them, very little of what has been shown today would be possible. Digital technologies are underpinning this development. So that's absolutely positive. But there are also risks. The woman who talked about jobs emphasized that digital technologies can help bring about new jobs. Circular economy can do that. But we also see the opposite happening. That digital technologies, AI, robotization, eliminates jobs, make people redundant. So we have to be mindful of that. This is not an automatic step in a certain direction. It's a very complex future. I have worked with circular economy concepts for quite some time. And sometimes I feel that we talk and we talk and we talk. The question is, when do we start to really walk? And the reason, of course, is that there are so many barriers. Regardless of which sector you look into, today, reused materials, secondary materials, very often are more expensive than virgin materials. I often take as an example a brick. If you build a house, a reused brick is the double cost of a new brick. It's no wonder that the construction industry will use virgin bricks. So the cost structure has to do with politics, and it has to do with the market. The market is good at many things, but it's not good at factoring in environmental costs. And by the way, it's not very good at factoring in the interest of future generations. So we have to do something about the cost structure in the economy. And a very simple thing would be to remove taxes on labor, or at least lower them, and make it more expensive to use nature. Because there is where we have all the problems, externalities as they are being called by economists. So that's one thing. The other thing is, of course, design. Things are not designed well today. It's difficult to reuse and recycle. A lot of composite materials, etc., etc. The third thing is, of course, that we subsidize the wrong things. Not only in the energy field, but in many fields. And then, of course, and that has been illustrated today, there are toxic materials involved, and then that makes, of course, recycling and reuse quite difficult. And then I think we have to realize that there are also cultural issues. I was intrigued by Edgar's presentation, and I know about that study very well, where he says, well, you know, the most simple solution would be for people to live on less living space. Well, tell that to an average American who is working around the clock to buy a bigger house or have a bigger fridge. Tell a youngster that you should keep your mobile phone another year or 2 years. It's not so easy. Behavioral issues, and I think we have to discuss them more and make people more aware. And then, of course, business models are very often not geared to this. I think this example with moving from products to offering services is so elegant, is so smart. And I think it was Mats Pellbeck who said, if the responsibility rests with the producer, it's in their interest to produce something that lasts long and that can be easily repaired, updated, reused and recycled. But if you sell something, you have no responsibility. So I think the business models are very, very important. So we must engage the politicians much, much more. And I see that happening in the EU, really. And it's quite promising. But we are part of a global market, so we have to do it all over the world. Tax reform, one simple thing would be to remove VAT on reused materials. That would give a boost to that market. We have to have design requirements. I just read in the paper that the EU Commission now has come out with a proposal that electronic chargers for electronic devices has to have a standard so that they can be used the same one for whatever equipment. That has been long in the making. How many times haven't we been almost crazy that we couldn't use the charger we had already in the hole because we bought a new thing? But these are design requirements that are very, very important. And then I think finally, public procurement, the public sector, between 15 and 20% of the economy should of course be used much more proactively to move the market in this direction, to demand services rather than products, and to look for secondary materials and secondary products. Well, I think those are my main comments, and as you will see, they are very much focusing on the need for policymakers to help this transition to happening. And I would submit that too often we have conferences on the circular economy where these policy barriers are not really well understood. And I don't think, unless we remove these cost barriers, we will see good examples of circularity, but they will be scattered around. If we really move the whole economy to move in this direction, we need generic proposals. And I think a tax reform and a design reform are the two most important ones.
Thank you, Anders. I have one question to you. At the COP, how do you think the circular perspective will be brought in, and what hopes do you have?
At the COP?
Yes.
Well, I think the most important thing will be for all member states to understand that the material use should be a priority in their climate policies. And that has not been the case because we have focused all our energy on energy consumption and on energy use. And now gradually this is changing, but it has to change everywhere. And we have to understand that material footprints is the same as carbon footprints, and that steel, cement, aluminum, plastic, textiles have particularly high footprints. And unless we do something about that, we are not going to meet the Paris targets. I give you an example. The International Resource Panel, we have made a study and we have looked at urban infrastructure where you have a lot of steel, cement, etc. Our estimate, because of population growth and because of urbanization, is that we will see a doubling of the urban infrastructure in the world in the next 30 years. We will build as much infrastructure in the urban areas as we have built during all history of man. If that happens with today's technologies and today's materials, only that will eat up the carbon budget. So this is a must. So materials have to be a priority in climate policy making. And I hope Glasgow will make that point very, very strongly.
Hear, hear, amen to that. Thank you very much, Anders Wickman. Thank you very much. We now have another expert joining us live from Germany, and most of you probably already know him.
This is Johan Rockström, Director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and Professor in Earth System Science at the University of Potsdam. He's an internationally recognized scientist on global sustainability issues and led the development of the Planetary Boundaries Framework for Human Development in the current era of rapid global change. Johan is active as a consultant for several governments and business networks. He also acts as an advisor for sustainable development issues at international meetings, including the World Economic Forum and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change conferences.
Hello, Johan Rockström. Thanks for joining us. We have asked you to look forward from your perspective.
Yes, thanks, and great to be with you. And in a way, I'll kind of connect directly to Anders' really important summary points here on the challenges. And what I'd like to summarize with you is not to dig at all into the diagnostic, but at least start just to remind us that the IPCC 6 assessment puts, let's say, the final piece of evidence in place, if it ever was missing, that we're now at a transformative moment. We have what I call entered the decisive decade for humanity's future on Earth. This is the decade when we need to cut global emissions by half, all 195 countries, and the IPCC confirms this, confirms that we have the task set in front of us now. We have only 400 billion tons of carbon dioxide remaining in the global carbon budget to have a 2/3 chance of landing within the climate planetary boundary of 1.5. And the only way of having this budget remaining for us is if we are able to close the material cycle that Anders referred to. It is if we're able to secure the nature carbon sinks, all the carbon sinks in oceans and land. Otherwise, we lose the budget. So what will this require then for us to achieve in Glasgow? And I have a 5-point list that kind of complements quite a bit, I think, the discussions you've had during the course of today. And I would argue that the number one most low-hanging fruit to decide upon at Glasgow, which must happen actually, even though it's not properly on the agenda, is to have an agreement to end coal. But this must be the moment when we say goodbye to yesterday's provision of energy from the most kind of climate damaging source of fossil fuels, namely coal. And there has to, of course, be an orderly phase out, and the message to the world must be that we now will help each other across all nations to be able to land away from coal, and no more investments in coal should be allowed after Glasgow. I would suggest that we also need an agreement to have an end date on all fossil fuel investments, and again, an orderly, efficient, rapid, and fair phase out, which will require a lot of financial transitions from the north to the south. But this must be the COP of the end date. The second kind of future-oriented step is obviously what also was discussed in your chat with Anders, that to avoid rebound, to avoid the Jevons paradox, we need to set a price on carbon. You need regulatory measures, but also a price, because we risk otherwise to have a rapid transition to electric mobility in Europe, but then you'll have all the diesel cars shipped over to other economies, because we won't have the leveling playing field on internalizing all the externalities. Can this be done? Well, I think yes. I think we're seeing the movement now with more and more countries, more than 50 across the world. I mean, big economic regions, European Union being the largest, where we are setting a price on carbon. And as you know, today we have a 60 euros per ton of carbon dioxide in the European trade emission scheme, which is quite a remarkable step, showing impacts already on temporary shutdown of coal-fired plants in Germany, Poland, and the Baltic states. The third step would be, of course, the financial step. We simply need to fill up very rapidly the Global Climate Fund, which is very positive that the Biden administration is now showing its step forward here. But we also need massive mobilization on investments, not only in fossil fuel technology and transfer of fossil fuel technology help for the developing countries, but we also need nature climate solutions to be scaled at the level of similarly hundreds of billions of US dollars. And this has been quantified quite in detail to roughly 700 billion as a necessary step to get all the nature climate solutions in place. Now, is that a big number? Well, it's not. It's a very small number compared to the 15 trillion that have been put on the table for COVID recovery across the economies. The fourth must-have in Glasgow, which I think we all really agree on, is that Glasgow is the moment to integrate the nature and climate agendas. that this must be the moment where we take a systems take on solving the climate crisis. If we don't secure the carbon sinks in land and ocean-based ecosystems, we will fail on Paris. And if we don't get material cycling and all the non-CO2 gases to follow the same pathway of decarbonization, we will also fail on landing in a manageable state for the climate. So we need this to be the grand moment for investments in safeguarding the carbon sinks in nature, and it has to be both oceans and land-based ecosystems. And then finally, the fifth one, which is the legally binding one. This was a decision already in Paris that 5 years after Paris, every country is obliged, according to the legally binding part of the agreement, to upgrade their nationally determined contributions, the national plans, in line with science. And this is explicit. And now we have the 6th assessment of the IPCC and the 1.5 degrees Celsius report of the IPCC, which comes after Paris, confirming that 1.5 is the planetary boundary. We cannot go beyond it. It will take much too social and economic costs. It will even take us into a domain of potentially triggering irreversible tipping points. At 2 degrees Celsius, we will irreversibly commit all future generations to over 10 meters sea level rise on the long term. So this is the turning point. And here we need to really put pressure. All the countries must align, because 2 days ago, the United Nations Framework Convention confirmed that even with the positive developments we see so far, we're heading towards 2.7 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. Now, 2.7 is a place we haven't been in for the past 5 million years. So it's not a desirable route. Are we seeing some positive notes here? Yeah, just to, before handing over to you, to say that the US, China, and the European Union must show climate leadership here. I think this is the pivotal moment for the G3, that I would call it, the G3 on climate, to step in and show leadership. Why? Because these are the 3 largest economic regions. So I would kind of put the UK into the European Union mix probably, because the US has actually adopted now science-based targets on net zero by 2050. China has said net zero no later than 2060, a bit too late, but still a landing zone. And the European Union has a net zero pathway to 2050. If these 3 large economies can show that we're serious, putting a price on carbon, landing zone in 2050, 30 years from now, following the carbon law of cutting emissions by half every decade, this will spill over on all other economies, of course. It will be inevitable for everyone else to kind of follow on, given that the 3 largest economies take this step. That's what Glasgow can be about, getting this G3 to really put their heads on the line for action. And that, I would argue, are some of the 5 points that I think we should keep an eye on and keep everyone accountable on for Glasgow. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Johan Rockström, for joining us from Berlin. Thank you. So, Nick, this has really been a packed day. It's packed full of information, inspiration, new facts and everything. What are your main takeaways?
Well, I was going to say that my main takeaway is that after 5.5 hours of this show and being on stage, that I'd quite like to take away some fish and chips or some falafels or something like that. But let's just be slightly serious. I think, Anders Winkman really summed it up. The absurdity of the world that we're still living in, where we're putting green ribbons around the old linear economy, where a brick that is recycled can cost more than a brick that's actually a virgin brick from another source, is defeating the whole purpose of what we're trying to achieve. And I think the last thing is we need to dig the governments out of the 1930s. Because they still think that if we just like manufacture, that somehow this is good for the economy, good for people. We know it's not true. We need to get to the circular economy. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nick. Let's welcome back Ingmar Rentzhog on stage. Of course, Ingmar, you put all of this, made this possible from the start. Your reflections on what we've been talking about here today.
What I think regarding circularity is that this is not a choice, because raw materials, we will run out of raw materials. We're running out of sand. We're running out of land, minerals, battery manufacturing, etc., etc. Of course, we can open more mines. We're going to do that, but it will never be enough. I talked to Northvolt, one of Europe's largest, biggest battery factory, and they show this gap between how many batteries the market demand and how many batteries they and others could provide. And it was a gap that was bigger in the future, not smaller. We have this crisis right now, semiconductors. You can't buy a car, it's a 1-year waiting line. And it's very much what the semiconductor crisis is also related to climate, because it's a scarcity of water. And without water, you can't manufacture that. And that influences and affects a lot of industries. So what is the solution to this? Circularity. Why should we throw away something like this, or a battery, and just dig up new ones when we could use it, reuse it, and modify it, repair it, as we have seen, etc., etc., again. Many people are thinking like car batteries, they're used in 5 or 8 years. No, they're not. The chemicals is still there. You just need to put some energy into a process, and you could use them forever. It's an unlimited machine. We don't need to dig up more materials. We need to dig up more materials, but there will not be enough materials to dig up. So we must reuse it. We must go circular. We have no choice.
I obviously completely agree with both of you. This has been the third Exponential Climate Action Summit, but indeed not the last. Engmar, please tell the audience here what's going to happen in Glasgow at the COP.
What's going to happen in Glasgow, I don't really know, but what I do know is that we are going to be there. So we are 8 people. We are here in front of the cameras are going there, and the team behind us. By train, of course, and we're going to do daily broadcast in 2 weeks, where we're going to focus solutions, we're going to interview leaders, and we're going to cover the story of what's happening inside Glasgow, from where it all happens. But we're also bringing the action from the world into Glasgow. So we're going to highlight the countries that are most affected and maybe don't even have the possibility to travel to Glasgow. We're going to bring in their voices to the leaders on the ground, and we're going to connect it because we need to connect everyone in order to solve the climate crisis, and we are doing our part in that. And in fact, if it's possible, now I'm going out to the manuscript here.
If it's on,
I can show you a little bit more how this works, because the reviews on the platform is not just about telling people they are good or bad. It's about that too. But we want an answer. We want a dialogue going on, because change will not happen if you don't listen to each other. So what we have succeeded since we started Wheel of Time is that we got over everything from countries to presidents has answered those reviews. I'm going to show you here. Here is a climate love to Volvo, and here you can read their answer, quite long answer. Here's a climate love to sail cargo. They actually are sailing cargo commercially, scale. We once did that, now we're doing it again. And here you can read about what they are answering and engaging in this dialogue. We have, this is very interesting. In Stockholm, we actually have a power plant, a heat power plant, district heating. That is the first district heating. I'm connected to this, so I really like this.
Your home is connected.
My home is connected to the only district heating in the world that is carbon negative. So instead of putting up carbon in the atmosphere, they're using biochar, and they're drawing down carbon, and they deliver heat to me. So I gave them a climate love, and here you can read about the answer, etc. So if you want to get in contact with everything from president. The president of Jair Bolsonaro has answered criticism on our platform. Jeff Bezos has answered criticism on our platform. Mark Zuckerberg has actually engaged in dialogue on the platform. It's hard to reach him on Facebook, but you can actually reach people on our platform because we have a whole team that works very, very hard to trigger this dialogue going on. And it's not a coincidence that many of our users are actually either they are diplomats or they are ex-diplomats, because this is what it is. It's diplomacy about how we're going to solve the climate crisis.
The power of many.
Yes.
A final question to you, Nick.
Yeah.
Is this going to be the most important COP ever?
I think every COP is important. Paris was absolutely critical. We got a universal agreement there. I think this COP is very important from the perspective that we are, again, clear that we're running out of time. You can see the clock there. And I think with all these solutions and all these answers out there in the world, we need to bridge the gap now between the governments, the policymakers who bring in the laws that would change VAT, for example, on a reused brick so it's actually cheaper than a new brick. Simple things like that Anders Wickman pointed out. I think the time has come to bridge this gap between the solutions, the momentum, and some of these bizarre government policies that still hold us back from unleashing the full transformation.
And we will be there and shine a light on what's happening.
Yeah.
We will be hosting.
Let's tell those governments they're being a bit stupid and hear the answers.
So we're shining the light on the platform, and we'll also be doing it from Glasgow on broadcast there. So, thank you very much, both of you. As a final note, I'd like to welcome one of We Don't Have Time's broadcast partners during the COP in Glasgow, Business Sweden. Emma Modé-Viking is Head of International Sustainable Business at Business Sweden. And so, Emma, please tell us about Business Sweden and its contributions to a fossil-free world and what you're doing and leveraging those contributions are.
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you for an excellent and important meeting here today. Well, I would like to use these final minutes to reflect on what has been discussed here today and also stress the importance of the private sector in Sweden is truly leading the way in our journey to become the world's first fossil-free welfare nation, but also stress the importance of countries like Sweden to step up and lead by example, not only by showcasing how the transition is possible by sharing good examples from public and private sector, but also take clear actions and active support to support other countries and their transformation to become circular and fossil-free. And many of you today stated that we have already a lot of technologies in place. We just need to ensure that they are being scaled up and accelerated. And although Sweden is a small country, we have the will and we have the potential to make a large impact worldwide, not least through the cutting edge innovations and disruptive technologies, some of them being present here in this meeting today. But we need to ensure that these solutions are reaching foreign markets where they are needed and demanded and where the climate impact can multiply and support other countries in their transformation. And we can also help foreign stakeholders to develop and scale up and accelerate their disruptive technologies by welcoming them to Sweden, where we have great access to fossil-free technology, long tradition of collaborating, and an educated workforce that can help develop and accelerate these circular and green solutions. So this is where Business Sweden becomes an important role, since our task and our mandate is to identify where Swedish sustainable solutions best can meet global needs and demands, but also attract foreign investment opportunities to Sweden. So when it comes to climate action, we can act as a facilitator or an accelerator or even a matchmaker, if you will, between global environmental challenges and Swedish sustainable solutions. And we are doing that by actively mapping the largest CO2 emitting markets and sectors and identifying local challenges, urgent needs and investments for green and circular transformation, and then matchmake these local challenges and needs with sustainable solutions. And then to realize these matchmaking processes, we are, of course, teaming up with front-running companies, but also collaborating with climate diplomats and policymakers, and to ensure that we can raise awareness and ambitions and sharpen standards and regulations, but also teaming up with financial institutions such as the Swedish Export Credit Agency to mobilize finance and green loans to enable the green transition globally. So at COP26 in Glasgow, we will bring and invite all these interconnecting stakeholders together and showcase what we can bring to the table in terms of innovations, policies and regulations and finance, and how we can collaborate and support others to pioneer the possible. And we are, of course, really happy to team up with We Don't Have Time during COP26 to enable the global outreach and connection, as Ingmar just described, but also to create joint forces to achieve a just and a shift transition. And many of us today have also stated the urgency and that we do not have time. Climate change is a global challenge and it needs to be solved as one. And the current pandemic has proven that we have the possibility to work extremely well together when we are facing mutual threats and problems. So on behalf of Business Sweden, representing both public and private sector, we hope and we are ready to make this transformation the greatest collab in human history. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, and I'll see you in Glasgow. So. Hi again, Ingmar. What a broadcast. I mean, what numbers do you have? How many people have been watching us? Do you know?
I stopped counting, but last time I checked, we had over 6,000 total viewers on Twitter. 6 million.
6 million?
And I think we have had something about 1 million in Africa in the TV broadcast. So 7 million, something like that, and from 145 countries.
So 145 countries, roughly 6 million people watching. This is impact. Seven. Well, that's mind-boggling, actually.
It's only impact if you act.
That's for sure.
You that have watched this broadcast today, go out and act and communicate what you do. That's how we share and spread and get things going.
So I'd like to conclude with, of course, a thank you to all of you watching, all speakers and sponsors and partners making this possible. And it's been an amazing day. We'll just keep on working with this area. This is never going to be, we will all have to pitch in, of course, to make this happen. So, but before we part, Ingmar, I know you have one last climate love. Bring the heart.
Yes, I have one last climate love, and this is a big love. We had a corona crisis, and so much things have happened in the world. But when I started We Don't Have Time 4 years ago, it was out of a very, very frustration that people don't know how acute and severe the climate crisis are. People didn't even talk about a crisis. Our leaders didn't act, but they're still not acting. But most people was not even aware of the crisis. That's not how it is today. Many people are aware. Many people feel climate anxiety. We still not act enough, but at least people are aware about how severe this situation actually are. I want to give this climate love to Fridays for Future because without them, I don't think the world has awakened yet. So Fridays for Future is actually giving us some important years here that we need to transform that awareness into action. And action is not for someone else. Action is for everyone. So we all need to do something. And when we do something, that's where the action starts. So this climate love goes to Fridays for Future. And I will also highlight that tomorrow, it's global climate strikes for the youth. Again, first time since Corona. So don't let them be there alone. Go and join them. Go and support the Fridays for Future and the youth climate movement, because this is their future. And it's our responsibility, and what we at least could do is to help them and show the support. And it means a lot when people go to the street by peaceful protest, because that is how we have changed the society before. Society has never changed by that the top leaders suddenly start to change. Change has always started from the bottom. And this time we need this change very, very much. So go and support Fridays for Future tomorrow in the street. Search for Fridays for Future. You will find very cool where they are and very cool support. And I would like to end this broadcast by showing a short film we did on 15 March in 2019 when Fridays for Future had this another global climate strike. And we interviewed some people that participated as well, some youth. So with that said, I'm saying goodbye and giving this climate love to Friday for Future.
Torg och gator, bussar stannar, tid att vinna.
I'm here because I think it's important to meet physically in the real world, and not only on social media, because I think at least it gives me a lot of energy to keep on fighting for things that are right.
Sitcoms, evighetsrepriser, där väntar jag.
There would be change after this. I would be like totally destroyed if there wasn't anything done after this, when all the kids in Sweden are like really screaming out as you hear. I think that a lot of people might patronize a child's voice and saying that children are naive and not seeing the truth.